Close your eyes and let's drift back to level 1 to level 100 philosophical ideas. You're lying there, still and weightless, the cool hum of existence barely brushing your ears. The ceiling fades, the world dissolves. Pixels? No, patterns. The kind your dreams might be made of, if dreams were stitched together by a code. You reach up, maybe out of habit, maybe to test if gravity's still part of the agreement, and for a split second, it lags. A flicker, glitch, or just your tired eyes. Either way, the thought creeps in. What if this world isn't real? What if it's running, right now, on someone else's processor? Welcome to the simulation hypothesis, the idea that your life, your memories, your love of kettle corn, and fear of public karaoke could all be lines of code in some advanced civilization's massive Minecraft server. Philosopher Nick Bostrom tossed this into the mainstream, arguing that if civilizations can create ultra-realistic simulations, and if they do, then statistically, it's more likely that you're inside one of those simulations than in the one original base reality. You probably won't survive this thought. Mentally, I mean. Because if you are simulated, that means even your confusion is part of the script. Kind of poetic, right? Like a digital snowflake wondering why it melts. Mainstream science. Most physicists roll their eyes. But some admit, it's weird how neatly the laws of nature fit into mathematical equations. Like, maybe too neat. Fringe thinkers go further. Maybe déjà vu is a program rerunning. Maybe those near-death flashes are memory buffers overflowing. And philosophers? They're still arguing whether this whole thing is just repackaged solipsism with better graphics. Either way, the question lingers as your body sinks deeper into the mattress. If this is a simulation, are you the player? Or just an NPC who's finally asking why the skybox looks so fake? Take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love seeing where in the world you're falling asleep from. You haven't moved, but now the room feels like it's humming a little louder. You picture a thick wire snaking from the back of your neck to a blinking console in some sterile lab. Somewhere, a technician named Blake is sipping coffee and watching your vitals, probably judging your browser history. Let's say Blake unplugs you. Would you still be you? That's where we dive into the unnerving mind melt known as the brain in a vat thought experiment. Imagine your brain, perfectly preserved, floating in nutrient goop, electrodes feeding you every sensation, warmth, sight, pain, love, reruns of that one awkward text you sent in 2013. If every signal you receive is simulated, how could you ever tell the difference? It's philosophical horror in a lab coat. Descartes kicked it off with his evil demon, and modern thinkers updated it with syringes and sci-fi. But the point stays the same. If your reality is indistinguishable from illusion, then what can you actually be sure of? Mainstream scientists don't lose sleep over it, because, well, you can't test it. But the implications bubble up everywhere, from the Matrix to virtual reality tech, to people who can't stop asking if the cat on the stairs was ever really there. Here's your quirky tidbit for the night. In some real-world labs, scientists have already connected disembodied rat brains to computers and taught them to recognize patterns. You are, no offense, a smarter rat. Still, philosophers argue whether this whole scenario even matters. Maybe it's meaningless unless we find a way out, or a reason to stay in. So you lie there, still, maybe dreaming about dreaming. And you wonder, with a slow, skeptical smile, would the vat feel this soft? Would it hum like this? Would it know how much you loved mint chip ice cream and feared spiders with visible knees? You blink, maybe, but who's to say? Your thoughts float now, a little looser, a little lighter. You're getting used to the idea that reality might be optional, which means so might you. Enter the Boltzmann brain. Picture this, you alone in deep space popping into existence, fully conscious for just a fraction of a second. No body, no backstory, just awareness. You go, huh? And then poof, gone. That's the theory. It starts with physics, oddly enough. In a universe governed by thermodynamics, randomness reigns over long enough time frames. And some physicists, real ones, not wearing tinfoil hats, have proposed that, given enough entropy, particles could just randomly arrange into a working brain, for no reason, with false memories, maybe even this exact moment, of you, listening to this, right now. And if that's statistically more likely than the entire complex universe we see around us, then logically, you might be a Boltzmann brain. You've never heard a more comforting bedtime theory, right? The mainstream scientific community mostly treats this like a cosmic prank. They admit it's technically possible, but absurd. The math doesn't care though. Probability keeps whispering. It's easier to make a single floating mind than a billion galaxies, with stable stars and stable taxes. Philosophers still argue whether this invalidates our trust in reason itself. If your memories were fabricated in an instant, how could you trust any thought you've ever had? Even that one. Even that one. Your quirky fact of the night. Some scientists have run computer simulations to calculate how likely spontaneous conscious brains are in the distant future. And the results didn't rule it out. But they did give people some mild existential nausea. So as you drift now, a soft fog pressing in, ask yourself, what if this was your one spark of consciousness? What if none of this was real, but it's still enough? One thought, one moment, one you. The shadows in your room stretch longer now, not darker, just more curious. You've survived floating brains and simulated lives, and somehow you're still here, breathing, listening, trusting that the world around you is realish. But what if you've never seen reality, not directly? Welcome to Plato's Allegory of the Cave. Picture this. You've spent your whole life chained inside a cave, not metaphorically, literally. You're facing a wall, and all you see are shadows cast by a fire behind you. People walk behind you, holding up shapes, but all you know are the shadows. That's your reality. You name them. You build theories about them. You assign meaning to their flickers. Now imagine breaking free. You stumble outside into the blinding sun, and for the first time, you see the world as it really is. Trees, light, colors not made by firelight. It's overwhelming, painful, and beautiful. Then comes the hard part, going back into the cave and trying to explain it to your friends. Spoiler, they think you've lost it. Mainstream education loves this story. It's in every intro philosophy class. But it's more than a fable. It's a challenge. What are your shadows, your news feed, your curated reality, your assumptions you've never poked too hard? Here's your fringe tidbit. Some scholars believe Plato was also riffing on ancient mystery cults, initiations where truth was literally too bright to handle all at once. And philosophers still argue whether true knowledge can even be taught, or if we're just dragging each other around in caves, pointing at shadows and calling it school. The mattress holds you gently now, but your mind, it's still turning just a bit. What if the world outside your metaphorical cave is way weirder than trees and sunshine? What if it's something you don't even have words for yet? And what if you're already halfway out? The cave recedes, but you still feel the echo of chains you didn't know were there. Your breath is slower now, syncing with the rhythm of ideas unraveling. You feel like you've escaped something, but you're not sure what. And now, here comes Descartes, sneaking into your sleep, with one of the most famous lines in all of philosophy: I think, therefore I am. But don't let the Latin fool you. Cogito Ergo Sum isn't some grand triumph. It's actually a last-ditch effort by a man who doubted everything. René Descartes imagined peeling away every belief he had, what he saw, what he felt, even math and logic. Because hey, what if some evil demon was out there just feeding him lies? Sound extreme? Maybe. But if you've ever had a dream so real that waking up felt like a betrayal, you've been there. Descartes wanted to find a truth so solid that no demon, no illusion, no poorly timed Wi-Fi glitch could shake it. And he found one: thinking. Not what he thought, not the content of the thoughts, but the act itself. Doubt proved that there was a doubter, and from there, he built a whole worldview, one that's still hauntingly elegant. Mainstream philosophy praises Descartes as the father of modern thought, even if half of modern thought is now spent arguing with him. Your quirky twist tonight: Descartes once said animals were just meat machines with no inner lives, literal barkless barcode. We've mostly moved on from that part. Still, philosophers argue whether thinking is enough. If you're fooled by a simulation, tricked by a demon, or dreaming in a vat, are you just a whisper of awareness, a flicker in code? Or are you the anchor, the one real thing in a sea of maybe? And as your thoughts slow gently now, you smile at the idea: I think, therefore I am. Sleepy. The fog in your thoughts grows comfortable now, like wrapping yourself in a weighted blanket made of questions you can't quite answer. And tonight, it's time to meet a ship that's had an identity crisis for over 2,000 years. Imagine a beautiful wooden vessel, the ship of Theseus. It's a national treasure, docked for all to see. But over time, one plank rots, then another. So the shipwrights replace them. Slowly, piece by piece, every single part is swapped out, until one day not a single original board remains. Here's the question that keeps philosophers up at night: is it still the same ship? And just when you're nodding maybe, someone adds a twist. What if someone had collected all those old planks and rebuilt the ship somewhere else? Now, which one is the real ship of Theseus? Mainstream culture recently got obsessed with this thanks to a certain Marvel show involving synthetic beings with identity issues. But this puzzle goes far beyond ships and superheroes. It's about you. Your body, after all, replaces most of its cells over the years. Your ideas, your habits, your taste in music, they've all changed. So nearly, are you still you? Philosophers still argue whether identity is about continuity of material, memory, function, or something less tangible, like a pattern, a soul, or a slightly sarcastic bedtime narrator. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some ancient philosophers insisted that identity is like a flame. The torch passes on, but the fire never stops moving. So you settle into your sheets, listening to your heartbeat like waves against the hull of your own ship. Maybe you're a floating construction of memories and atoms, all slowly turning over. Maybe you're a new vessel every day. But whoever you are, tonight, you've made it safely to harbor. You're floating now, gently, thought by thought, until a small rattle shakes your peace. It's a lever, rusty, ominous, cartoonishly red, and next to it, a set of train tracks that splits. On one side, 5 people tied down. On the other, just 1. The trolley is hurtling toward the 5. You, my ethically burdened sleeper, are standing right beside the switch. Do you pull it? This is the trolley problem. A thought experiment so simple it feels like a prank. But underneath, it's a whole thesis on moral philosophy disguised as a game of would you rather? Pull the lever and you actively kill 1 person to save 5. Don't pull it and 5 die while your hands stay clean. Neither option smells great. Welcome to ethics. Mainstream philosophers use this problem to illustrate the tension between utilitarianism, do the greatest good, and deontology. Follow moral rules like don't murder. It gets complicated quickly. Would you change your answer if the 1 person was your grandma? What if the 5 were all escaped war criminals? Or what if the train just contained clowns and no one had to die? Quirky fact incoming. In real-life adaptations of this experiment, researchers have used virtual reality to test people's instincts. Spoiler, most people do pull the lever, but when asked to push someone off a bridge, to stop the trolley manually, that gets harder. And philosophers? They still argue whether consequences or intentions matter more. Is it morally worse to act and cause harm, or to not act and allow harm? Some say this very problem proves that ethics is an emotional illusion, and others use it to build laws, policies, even AI algorithms. As the trolley fades and your thoughts ease back onto track, the question lingers like smoke in the air. When the moment comes, would you do nothing, or would you risk being the villain to save the day? The trolley's screech fades behind you like a half-remembered dream, but something stays behind, an itch, a whisper. How do you know what's right anyway? And from the shadows of that question strolls in a man who made questioning into an art form. Meet Socrates, sandals, robes, and sass. He didn't write anything down. Instead, he wandered Athens, asking people deceptively simple questions until their brains turned to pudding. At the heart of his style was something sly, Socratic ignorance, the claim that he didn't know anything. Not really. And that made him wiser than everyone who thought they knew something. He'd ask a politician what justice was. They'd give an answer. He'd ask a follow-up and another. And pretty soon, the guy was swearing that justice was a goat in a hat or something equally unhelpful. Mainstream philosophy hails Socrates as the OG of Western thought, mainly because he exposed the fragility of certainty. He didn't try to replace ignorance with knowledge. He just wanted you to see the cracks in your own beliefs, like a gentle, philosophical demolition crew. Quirky tidbit. The Oracle of Delphi declared Socrates the wisest man alive. His response? Must be because I know I don't know. Iconic. Also, he was executed for corrupting the youth and not believing in the right gods. So now less iconic ending. And to this day, scholars still argue whether Socrates was genuinely humble or just playing 4D mental chess with everyone. Was his ignorance real or weaponized? You shift slightly under your blanket, the edges of sleep curling around you. You think about how many things you're sure of, about yourself, about tomorrow, about your favorite cereal. And then you think, maybe Socrates had a point. Because admitting you don't know, that's when the real dreaming begins. Sleep is circling now, slow and curious, but you're still wandering, mentally barefoot, through the foggy halls of reality. You've questioned existence, poked holes in knowledge, flipped trolleys and ships. So naturally, it's time to ask, what if everything, literally everything, is an illusion? Cue the velvet curtain. Welcome to the veil of Maya. No, not Maya the person. This Maya is an ancient Sanskrit concept. In Hindu philosophy, Maya is the cosmic illusion that makes the physical world seem real. Everything you see, touch, fear, and fall in love with. Just a dazzling light show. Think of it like wearing VR goggles that you can't take off. So immersive, you forget they're even on. You're tricked not just by what you see, but by the idea that it has permanence. And behind that veil, a reality so pure, so silent, so eternal. It doesn't care whether your socks match. Mainstream thinkers don't use the term Maya, but the idea echoes everywhere. Quantum physics questions the solidity of matter. Neuroscience shows that your brain filters and edits what you perceive. Your senses, less like windows, more like interpretive dancers. And philosophers still argue whether this illusion is something to escape or just understand better. Is peeling back the veil enlightenment or just an endless chase? Your fringe tidbit. Some ancient Indian mystics describe Maya as the divine play of the universe. Not deception exactly, just performance art, a cosmic improv show, with you in the starring role, whether you know your lines or not. So you exhale, eyes closed now, feeling the dream-soft world around you, the bed, the room, the breath in your chest. Maybe it's all real, or maybe it's Maya, shimmering like a soap bubble before it pops. Either way, the illusion feels kind of nice, doesn't it? You stir gently, not quite awake, not quite gone, hovering somewhere between a sigh and a theory. You've tugged at the veil, but now a darker thought creeps in from the edges. What if someone is lying to you on purpose? Enter Descartes' evil demon. Not your garden variety trickster, no. This one's a cosmic level con artist. Imagine a supremely powerful being whose entire job is to deceive you. Every sight, sound, memory, setabdi, and math fact fed to you by this demon just to mess with your sense of truth. Even plus 2 equals 4. Maybe not. Maybe it equals squirrel, and you've just been gaslit by the universe. This was Descartes' worst-case scenario, the final boss in his descent into doubt. He used it to test whether anything could be known for sure. The result? Most things couldn't. Except, of course, for the one thought we already visited. If you're being deceived, then you must exist in some form to be deceived at all. Mainstream philosophy took the demon and gave it modern updates, like simulation theory and AI manipulation. Turns out, demons don't need pitchforks when they've got algorithms and Wi-Fi. Your quirky tidbit. In the 20th century, a similar idea reappeared as a thought experiment called the malicious neuroscientist, who rewires your brain to feed you fake perceptions. Less magical, but just as mean. And philosophers still argue whether it's even useful to entertain such radical doubt. Some say it's paralyzing. Others insist it's the only way to arrive at a truth that can survive anything. You sink a little deeper into the mattress now, fingers relaxing. You think of your senses, your memories, your dreams. Are they yours? Are they real? Or are they placed there by something clever, laughing quietly? Either way, the stars outside your window haven't blinked once. Suspicious. The stars hover above, silent and still. Except now, you're not sure if they're even moving, or if they ever have. You glance, mentally, toward your feet, and then toward some imaginary destination just ahead. So let's walk. But here's the catch. Before you can get there, you have to get halfway there. And before that, halfway to halfway, and again, and again. An infinite number of halfways, each step slicing space thinner and thinner until you're stuck, going nowhere. Welcome to Zeno's paradoxes, where motion itself gets put on trial. Zeno of Elea was the original troll philosopher, and his goal? To prove that change and movement are illusions, like the cosmic equivalent of a loading screen that never actually finishes. His most famous paradox goes like this: if space is divisible forever, then you should never be able to reach anything, because you'll always have one more halfway to go. And yet, you do reach things. Sometimes, like snacks, or existential dread. Mainstream physicists shrug and say, yeah, calculus solved that. Infinite steps can still add up to a finite distance. Motion works, case closed. But philosophers? They still argue whether Zeno was pointing at something deeper. Maybe time and space aren't as smooth as they seem. Maybe they're grainy. Maybe there is a smallest possible movement, one tick of cosmic film at a time. Here's your quirky tidbit. In quantum physics, some interpretations suggest that time may not be continuous at all, that it jumps in discrete bits like frames in a movie. Zeno might have smiled at that, before slowly, infinitely walking away. So as you drift now, you imagine your own journey to sleep happening in halved moments. First halfway, then halfway to that, and again, and again. But you'll get there. You always do, even if it takes forever. You feel every particle of your blanket now, the faint weight of your fingertips, the gentle tug of gravity, unless, of course, that's just part of the illusion too. Because next up is a theory that really messes with your sense of privacy. What if everything, your cat, your phone, your favorite rock, is a little bit conscious? Welcome to Panpsychism, the delightfully unprovable idea that consciousness is not exclusive to brains, but might be a fundamental feature of the universe. Like gravity or glitter, it suggests that every bit of matter has some form of experience, not thought, not emotion, just a glimmer, a whisper. That tree, aware in its own leafy way. Your pillow, possibly vibing. Mainstream science winces at this one. It smells too mystical. But some respected physicists and philosophers, including those dabbling in quantum weirdness and the hard problem of consciousness, are starting to whisper the P word without flinching. Your quirky fact? Panpsychism is old, like really old. Ancient Greek thinkers like Thales said, everything is full of gods. Eastern philosophies hinted at similar things. It faded during the Enlightenment, but now it's enjoying a quiet comeback, sort of like vinyl records, but more mind-bending. And philosophers still argue whether this theory actually explains consciousness, or just spreads it thin enough that no one can disprove it. Is it useful to say an electron feels something? Or are we just anthropomorphizing the universe out of desperation? You lie there now, a little more suspicious of your nightstand. The lamp, the floorboards. Is the room just hosting you or watching you? Either way, there's something comforting about the idea that you're never truly alone. That maybe the world itself is whispering along with you, soft, slow, and half asleep. The darkness around you feels gentler now, as if even the air has decided not to judge you. Which is convenient, because tonight, the question is, what if no one has the right to judge anything? Welcome to moral relativism, the philosophical idea that what's right and wrong depends on culture, context, and sometimes whether you're within 10 feet of your grandma. There are no universal moral truths, just preferences dressed up in big words. In one society, eating with your hands is a sign of warmth and tradition. In another, it's mildly scandalous. In one, silence is respect. In another, it's rudeness. One culture says never lie. Another says, well, unless it's polite. Moral relativism says, all of that? Valid. No single culture has a monopoly on truth. Mainstream philosophers treat it like a spicy condiment. Some sprinkle it cautiously, admitting that perspective matters, while others dump the whole bottle and call it a worldview. Here's your quirky tidbit. An actual tribe discovered in the 20th century had no word for thank you, not because they weren't grateful, but because their whole culture was built around communal obligation, not transactional niceties. Try explaining manners to that. And philosophers still argue whether moral relativism leads to dangerous indifference. If everything's just opinion, can we ever condemn anything? What about war, oppression, stealing a roommate's fries? But others counter, maybe relativism isn't about giving up on values. It's about getting curious, about listening before judging, understanding before labeling. You sink deeper now, your own moral compass gently spinning in the dark. Not lost, just exploratory. You wonder, what parts of your morality came from truth? And what parts came from bedtime stories, school rules, and whispered warnings? Maybe there's no final answer, just infinite shifting stars, each one thinking it's the north. You drift somewhere between moral ambiguity and the soft hum of your own breath, when suddenly, snap, someone tries to prove the existence of God using nothing but abstract logic. No clouds, no thunder, just definitions. Welcome to the Ontological Argument. It begins with a brain twister. God is defined as the greatest possible being, one that nothing greater can be imagined. Now imagine such a being. You can, right? That's step one. Here's step two. If this greatest being exists only in your mind, then it's not the greatest possible being, because one that exists in reality would be greater than one that exists just in thought. Therefore, cue dramatic pause. God must exist in reality. Boom, argument complete. Mind melted. This little proof came from Anselm of Canterbury in the 11th century, and philosophers have been arm wrestling with it ever since. Some say it's airtight. Others say it's just philosophical wordplay, like using Scrabble rules to build a universe. Mainstream religious thinkers often nod respectfully, but still prefer more grounded arguments, cosmological, moral, experiential. But the ontological one remains a kind of weird intellectual dare. It's elegant, annoying, and oddly persistent. Your quirky tidbit? The 20th century logician Kurt Gödel, yes, that Gödel, developed a hyper-precise mathematical version of the argument, like Anselm with a calculator. And technically, his logic checks out, but only if you accept his starting assumptions, which are basically, what if perfection was real and had a LinkedIn profile? Philosophers still argue whether you can define something into existence, or whether that's just mental origami. Gaunilo, an early critic, sarcastically replied, "If I imagine the most perfect island, does that mean it exists?" Touché. You lie there now, maybe still unsure about God, but definitely certain that your brain just did a somersault. Not bad for someone horizontal. And if perfection does exist, you're probably only one nap away from finding it. You're adrift now in the deep end of logic. thoughts bubbling like soft carbonation under your skin. But as you float, something starts tugging softly at your sense of freedom. It whispers, "Did you really choose that snack earlier, or was it inevitable?" Welcome to the dilemma of determinism, where your free will gets cross-examined by the laws of physics. Here's the deal. If everything in the universe has a cause, if every atom jiggles only because another jiggled first, then your thoughts, your decisions, your sudden craving for lemon yogurt, all pre-scripted, your brain, just another domino in a long, indifferent chain. Mainstream science leans deterministic. Newtonian physics says the universe is like a clock, ticking with perfect predictability. But quantum physics muddies that up, adding randomness to the mix. Unfortunately, randomness doesn't help free will much either, because how free are you if your choices are just chance? Quirky fact. Philosopher Baron de Holbach once argued that a rock flying through the air is just as free as you deciding what to have for lunch. It's all just motion, baby. But philosophers still argue whether freedom needs to be totally untethered. Maybe your choices are caused, but they're your causes, your patterns, your personality, your weird, beautiful wiring. That's where compatibilism comes in. A truce that says, sure, the universe is determined, but you can still act freely within that structure, like jazz inside a rhythm. So here you are, lying still, wondering if that itch on your foot just now was always going to happen, if this very thought was destined, if listening to this voice was part of the plan since before your birth, or just a happy accident. You smile maybe, because if it's all scripted, it's a pretty good story so far. The room is quiet. Your mind, less so. You're trying not to think too hard, which of course means you are. And tonight's dilemma? You're not alone in it. You're standing next to a donkey, and it's starving. Welcome to Buridan's donkey, a fable and a paradox rolled into one. Picture a donkey placed exactly between two identical piles of hay. Same distance, same size, same smell. Logically, it has no reason to choose one over the other. So it doesn't. It just stands there until it dies. The story is meant to highlight a problem in rational decision-making. If two options are perfectly balanced and there's no reason to choose one over the other, how does choice even happen? Does logic lead to paralysis? Mainstream discussions use this to poke at determinism and decision theory. The idea is pure reason may be insufficient for real-world action. Humans, and maybe donkeys, need something else to tip the scale. Instinct, randomness, a coin flip, or maybe just vibes. Quirky tidbit. Jean Buridan, the medieval philosopher it's named after, never actually told this story. Later, thinkers made it up and pinned it to him like an awkward medieval meme. Poor guy. And philosophers still argue whether we're actually ever stuck like that. Some say no choice is ever truly identical to another. Context always leaks in. Others say it's a cautionary tale. Don't get lost waiting for the perfect reason. Sometimes action itself is the reason. So as you lie there, between sleep and waking, between thoughts that nudge left and right, you start to wonder, are any two choices ever truly equal? Or is there always some tiny tilt, some secret tug that pulls you forward? And if there isn't, would you rather starve waiting or pick randomly and live? You've left the donkey behind now, hopefully chewing, and wander into a softer question, one that loops, one that curls like a snake eating its tail. What if you had to live this exact life again, and again, and again? This is Nietzsche's eternal return. It's not about reincarnation, not really. It's a thought experiment meant to slap you awake, then lull you back into a different kind of dreaming. Imagine this. A demon sneaks up to you in the dead of night, grins and says, "You must relive every moment of your life just as it was. Every awkward hug, every mosquito bite, every laugh, every heartbreak, forever, infinitely." Do you fall to your knees in despair or leap up in joy? Mainstream philosophers wrestle with this idea more as metaphor than metaphysics. Nietzsche wasn't trying to scare you. He wanted to ask, are you living in a way you'd be proud to repeat? Or are you biding time, waiting for something to change without actually moving? Quirky fact. Nietzsche came up with this theory while hiking through the Alps, alone, sickly, and watching water cascade endlessly down a cliff. That kind of scenery really makes you contemplate infinite loops, and philosophers still argue whether the eternal return is meant to describe a real cosmic cycle or just a dramatic philosophical challenge. Either way, it makes you question your choices, not in hindsight, but in forever sight. You lie still now, your thoughts looping softly. That childhood memory, that time you said too little or too much, that breath you're taking right now. If you had to live this all again, would it be a blessing or a curse? Or maybe it already is happening. Maybe this is your 98th time hearing these words, and if so, you're doing beautifully. The idea of eternity hums in your chest like an old refrigerator, quiet, steady, slightly philosophical. But now we pivot from the infinite to the immediate, from living life again to loving it and everyone in it. Say hello to Mozi's universal love. Imagine this, ancient China, around 400 BCE. Philosophers are debating how to live well, how to govern, how to behave. And then along comes Mozi, casually suggesting something radical. You should love everyone equally. No favoritism, no special treatment, not even for your family. Your reaction? Probably the same as Confucius's disciples. Wait, what? Mozi believed that most of society's problems, war, theft, injustice, came from partiality. People loving their own tribe more than others, their own nation, their own kids. And so, they cheated, stole, fought, and hoarded. His solution? A kind of utilitarian compassion, universal, calculated, and applied evenly like ethical peanut butter. Mainstream philosophy tends to overlook Mozi in favor of flashier Western names, but modern thinkers are rediscovering how wildly ahead of his time he was. He even opposed elaborate funerals and luxury palaces, arguing that resources should serve the living, not show off for the dead. Moody, but practical. Here's your quirky tidbit. Mozi also had an early grasp of physics. He wrote about inertia and optics. Basically, he was running a DIY lab before it was cool. Philosophers still argue whether universal love is achievable or even desirable. Can you really love a stranger the same way you love your sibling? Should you? Or does love lose its meaning when it's evenly distributed? As you lie there, heart gently pulsing in the dark, you consider the faces you've seen today, the people you pass by, the ones you liked, the ones you didn't, and you wonder, just for a second, what would it feel like to love them all, equally, entirely? Your thoughts flutter now like postcards from dreams you haven't sent yet. A tree outside your window, a spoon on your nightstand, the warm weight of your blanket. They all feel real. But now we ask the slippery question, Real for who? Or maybe, real how? Let's tiptoe into the philosophical standoff between idealism and realism. In one corner, we have idealism, the view that reality is fundamentally mental, that everything you experience exists because your mind is experiencing it. No observer, no tree, no ocean, no pizza. In the other corner, realism waves a firm hand. It says, nope, stuff exists independently of you. That rock in your shoe is real, whether or not you're annoyed by it. This isn't just a dusty academic argument. It runs through science, religion, even quantum mechanics. Idealists like Berkeley believed that to be is to be perceived. But if you stop perceiving something, say your fridge, when you're asleep, does it vanish? Or does it wait patiently, humming its existence in the dark? Mainstream philosophy flirts with both. Most scientists lean realist. It's easier to run experiments when you believe the test tube is objectively there. But quantum physics throws shade, hinting that particles don't have definite properties until they're observed. Uh-oh. Quirky tidbit. Some idealists believe that the entire universe is a thought in the mind of God. So technically, even your worst haircut is divine content. And philosophers still argue whether we can ever know reality as it is, or just as it appears to us. Is there a world beyond your perceptions? Or are perceptions all there ever was? You lie still, the room fuzzy around the edges. Maybe the pillow under your head is real. Maybe it's just a story your senses tell. But it's soft. It's here. And honestly, that's enough for tonight. You've nestled now into the murky velvet of perception, your mind softening like candle wax. But just as you start to trust the thoughts floating through, one of them raises its hand and says, "What if I'm right by accident?" Welcome to the Gettier Problem, a surprisingly annoying corner of epistemology, or the study of knowledge. For centuries, philosophers thought they had a neat formula. If you believe something, and it's true, and you have good reason for believing it, then you know it. Enter Edmund Gettier in 1963, walking into the philosophy party like, "Hey, what if that's not enough?" Here's the classic version. Imagine you look at a clock and it says 2:00 p.m. You believe it's 2:00, and it is 2:00. But the clock's been broken all day. It just happened to be right at that moment. So did you really know it was 2:00? Or were you just lucky? Mainstream philosophers freaked out, in a very polite, footnoted way. The Gettier Problem shook the foundations of what knowing even means. Suddenly, knowledge wasn't a tidy little triangle anymore. It had loopholes. It had gremlins. Your quirky tidbit? Gettier published this whole idea in a paper that was just 3 pages long. And then he basically dropped the mic and left the stage. He never really published much again. Just one perfect philosophical chaos grenade. Philosophers still argue how to fix the knowledge formula. Some add more conditions. Others say maybe we should ditch the whole definition game. Maybe knowledge isn't something you have. Maybe it's something you do. You lie back now, blinking at nothing. You think about how many things you've believed today, things that felt right, things that might have been true, or lucky, or neither. And somewhere in that quiet grey zone between certainty and coincidence, you fall just a little deeper. You're sinking now, slow as a feather in syrup, when a feeling creeps in. Not a thought, not a question, just a weight. An ache you can't name. It's not sadness, not quite. It's that low, humming thing that happens when you realize the universe doesn't come with a user manual. Say hello to existential angst. This isn't panic. It's not terror. It's the quiet realization that existence itself is strange, that you're here, in this body, on this spinning rock, surrounded by other humans pretending they know what they're doing, and nobody handed you the rule book. Existentialism as a movement leaned into this. Sartre, Camus, Kierkegaard, they all stared down the void and said, "Yep, this is weird and terrifying and kind of freeing." Mainstream culture took the angsty French aesthetic, black turtlenecks, smoking in the rain, and sometimes missed the deeper point. That freedom isn't just a gift, it's a burden. You get to choose your meaning, but that means no one's choosing it for you. Quirky tidbit. Sartre wrote that you are condemned to be free, a cheery little sentence that basically means you can't avoid choosing. Even not choosing, that's a choice. And philosophers still argue whether this angst is a bug or a feature. Some say it's the sign of a healthy, thinking mind confronting a chaotic world. Others say it's a problem to solve, maybe with connection, faith, art, or enough really good soup. But right now, lying here in the dark, you're allowed to feel it without solving it. That subtle vibration behind your ribs, that echo of the question, what am I supposed to be doing? And maybe the answer isn't coming tonight. Maybe you don't need one. Maybe the point is to feel the weight and know you're strong enough to carry it. The angst lingers for a moment, like the aftertaste of a too honest question. But before you can name it, a new puzzle rolls in, quiet, sly, and wearing a smirk. Here it is. How can you look for something if you don't know what it is? This is Meno's paradox, straight from Plato's dialogues. Meno asks Socrates a basic question about virtue. Socrates, being Socrates, doesn't answer. Instead, he tosses this riddle onto the fire. If you already know what you're looking for, then searching is pointless. But if you don't know, how will you recognize it when you find it? You're stuck, caught between knowing too much and knowing nothing at all. Like Googling something when you don't even know what to type. Mainstream philosophy treats this paradox seriously because it questions how we learn anything new. If knowledge requires some kind of familiarity, how does original thought ever happen? Socrates' proposed solution was recollection, the idea that your soul already knows everything from past lives, and learning is just remembering. Bold, mysterious, not super testable. But here's your quirky tidbit. A similar idea pops up in Buddhist philosophy, where awakening isn't about learning new truths. It's about uncovering the dusty, hidden ones you already carry. And philosophers still argue whether the brain is a blank slate or a layered cake of potential waiting to be poked. Some say discovery is guided by instinct and pattern recognition. Others, that maybe we never truly discover. We just name what we stumble into. You lie there now, your mind holding open a door it didn't know existed. What are you seeking? A truth? A purpose? A better pillow? And how will you know when you find it? Maybe you already have. Maybe it's this, just this. The gentle unfolding of a thought you didn't know was waiting. You float now in a soft sea of questions, ripples of paradox trailing behind you. But tonight, we arrive at one that sounds deceptively simple. It's lurking in the space between facts and values. Just because something is, does that mean it ought to be? This is the is-ought problem, most famously sharpened by philosopher David Hume. He noticed something sneaky in our reasoning. People would describe how things are. Humans seek pleasure. Society runs this way. Nature behaves like that. And then they'd leap to moral conclusions. Therefore, we should act this way. But hold up. That leap, totally unsupported. Just because gravity pulls things down doesn't mean it's good. Just because people do lie, cheat, or double-dip chips doesn't mean they ought to. Mainstream ethics takes this seriously. The is-ought gap forces philosophers to clearly separate description from prescription. It's a call to pause, to ask, where did your moral rule really come from? Was it reasoned or just inherited from how the world already works? Your quirky tidbit. This problem shows up in science debates all the time. Like when someone says, it's natural for animals to kill, so it's fine for humans too. That's the naturalistic fallacy, sneaking moral permission into the back door of biology. And philosophers still argue whether the gap can be bridged. Some say values must come from somewhere. Maybe emotion, maybe reason, maybe something transcendent. Others say you need a starting ought, a kind of moral axiom, and everything else builds from there. You lie still now, thinking about all the little beliefs you carry, about how things should be, about fairness, about kindness, about bedtime. And you wonder, how many of those beliefs started as feelings, and how many snuck in disguised as facts? The moral scaffolding of your mind creaks gently, like wood adjusting in the night. And now, a glow pulses softly in the corner of your imagination. Green characters on a screen, a keyboard tapping without hands. It's time to meet the Chinese room. Imagine this. You're inside a locked room. You don't speak a word of Chinese, but through a slot in the door, people pass you notes covered in mysterious symbols. You've got a big rule book in your lap, written in your language, that tells you exactly how to respond with other symbols. You do this flawlessly. To the people outside, it looks like you're fluent in Chinese. But are you? This is philosopher John Searle's challenge to strong AI. He argued that even if a machine perfectly mimics understanding, responding in fluent Chinese, it doesn't mean it actually understands anything. It's just manipulating symbols. Like you in that room. Understanding, Searle insisted, needs something deeper. Mainstream AI scientists bristle at this one. Some say it misses the point, that intelligence is symbol manipulation, that the line between processing and understanding might not be so thick. Others admit, yes, it's hard to define what understanding even means. Your quirky tidbit. The Chinese room was inspired by early language translation systems, which looked magical from the outside, but were really just following step-by-step procedures. Kind of like a fancy vending machine with a thesaurus. And philosophers still argue whether consciousness can emerge from pure computation, or if there's something extra needed. Some say the system as a whole understands, even if the parts don't. Others insist, no consciousness, no real thought. Just a puppet show with perfect timing. So you lie here now, eyes closed, brain gently sorting symbols of its own. Words, feelings, memories, questions. Are you understanding all of this, or just passing notes between neurons? Maybe the room isn't locked. Maybe you've been fluent all along. Somewhere between neurons and nightfall, you start to feel your own existence pressing softly inward, like a glow from behind the eyes, a hum beneath your ribs. And with that quiet comes a single, patient question. What does it mean to be? Welcome to Heidegger's Being, capital B, full existential volume. Martin Heidegger didn't just ask what things are. He asked how being itself unfolds, what it's like to be human, to exist as someone and not just something. And to be clear, he wasn't talking about existence in the chill, everyday sense. This wasn't, I exist energy. It was more like, wait, I exist? Whoa. Heidegger said most of us live in average everydayness, distracted by errands, weather apps, and small talk about soup. But under that, there's a deeper state. Dasein, or being there. It's not a thing, it's an activity. You're not a human like you're a chair. You're a being, unfolding, choosing, and noticing the mystery of your own awareness. Mainstream philosophy nods respectfully, even if Heidegger's writing sometimes feels like a fog machine in a word factory. But his influence is massive. Phenomenology, existentialism, psychology, all shaped by his deep dive into what it means to show up in the world. Your quirky tidbit. Heidegger said, "We're the only beings who care about being. Dogs don't ask why they exist. Rocks don't schedule therapy. But you're weird enough to question it." And philosophers still argue whether being is even something we can explain, or if trying to define it ruins the whole thing. Like staring too hard at a rainbow and realizing it's mostly mist and math. You lie there now, not as a thing, but as a moment. Not a body in a bed, but a glowing dot of awareness drifting through time. And for a second, you feel it. Being, right here, being you. You drift like a lantern in a still lake, flickering quietly in the dark. You know you are here. You feel yourself breathing, thinking, softening. But what about everyone else? Are they? Welcome to the problem of other minds. It's the unsettling idea that, while you know your own mind from the inside, you can never be completely sure that anyone else has one too. Sure, people talk. They cry at movies. They flinch when cold pizza touches their teeth. But all of that could be clever mimicry, complex reflexes, or, if you're feeling particularly paranoid, one long simulation designed for your benefit. It's not just a dorm room stoner question. This is real philosophy. You have direct access to your thoughts. But everyone else? You're just observing behaviors and hoping something conscious is driving them. Mainstream thinkers often brush past it with something called inference to the best explanation. Basically, well, other people act like I do, so they probably feel like I do. It works, until it doesn't. Quirky tidbit. In the 17th century, philosopher Margaret Cavendish believed animals were conscious and had souls, long before it was trendy. Meanwhile, Descartes thought animals were mindless automata. He also doubted anyone but himself was truly thinking. Lonely guy. And philosophers still argue where to draw the line. Is your pet dog conscious? Probably. What about an octopus, a chatbot, a self-driving car that says it's having a rough day? You lie still now, eyes closed. You think of the people you love, the ones who frustrate you, the strangers who passed by earlier today, each with whole galaxies of thought you'll never fully enter. And maybe that's the miracle. We're all little sealed lanterns, glowing in the dark, trusting, gently, that the light in others is just as real. The lanterns fade into a gentle shimmer now, souls drifting in their separate bottles, lighting up the dark. And from within your own quiet glow, a new image arises. 3 figures in your mind, all arguing over who gets to steer. Welcome to Plato's Tripartite Soul. Plato imagined the soul as a chariot with 2 horses and a driver. The driver represents reason, your logical, thoughtful side. 1 horse is spirit, your willpower, your pride, your fight. The other is appetite, your desires, your cravings, your 2 a.m. need for chocolate-covered pretzels. If all 3 parts work together, you glide through life. But if 1 horse pulls too hard, you veer off the path. You binge-watch shows instead of writing that novel. You ghost your gym membership. You argue on the internet at 1 a.m. You know, you've met your horses. Mainstream philosophy views this model as one of the earliest psychological frameworks. Sure, it's metaphorical, but it planted the seeds for Freud's id, ego, and superego. And for every personality test that tries to explain why you yelled at your toaster this morning. Quirky tidbit? In his dialogue, Phaedrus, Plato says that the spirited horse is noble, but unruly, kind of like an overconfident golden retriever. The appetitive horse, more like a raccoon with your credit card. And philosophers still argue whether the soul really has parts, or whether we're one tangled mess trying to narrate ourselves into neat compartments. Some say we're better off integrating our inner horses. Others say just give the reins to reason and hope for the best. So here you are, tucked under your blanket chariot, feeling your own soul team pulling softly in different directions. Thought, passion, craving, all inside you, all you. And maybe, just maybe, tonight they're finally trotting in rhythm. Your mind is quieter now, but something still buzzes at the base of your thoughts, like a radio picking up two stations at once. There's you, and then there's your body. Are they the same thing? Let's step into substance dualism, the idea that your mind and your body are made of completely different stuff. One's physical, the other, pure thought, soul, spirit, the invisible whisper behind your eyes. This theory got its big debut thanks to René Descartes, who claimed that the mind is non-material, an essence separate from the squishy mechanical body. Your brain might be meat, but your mind? That's something else entirely. Mainstream science isn't in love with this view. Neuroscientists point to brain scans lighting up when you think or feel, suggesting that the mind is the brain. But dualism refuses to die. Why? Because conscious experience, the taste of a peach, the pang of heartbreak, the sound of a cat coughing at 3 a.m., feels like more than just electrical signals. Your quirky tidbit. Descartes believed the soul connected to the body through the pineal gland, a tiny structure in the center of your brain that, among other things, helps regulate your sleep. That's right. He picked the melatonin gland as the portal between spirit and flesh. And philosophers still argue whether mind and matter can truly be separated. Some say consciousness must be immaterial. Others say that's just superstition dressed up in fancy Latin. Meanwhile, theories keep multiplying. Dual aspect monism, idealism, panpsychism. We're all just guessing very politely. You lie there now, mind floating, body still. You feel your breath. You feel your awareness of that breath. Two things, or one thing with two flavors. And maybe, just maybe, you are more than atoms. Or maybe you're atoms dreaming there's something more. Either way, something in you is listening. Your breath is slow now, barely a ripple in the stillness. You've split your soul into horses, pulled your thoughts away from atoms, and yet here comes another mind-bender, trying to summon God with logic so clean, it squeaks. Welcome to Anselm's God logic, the Ontological Argument's first full form. Anselm of Canterbury, an 11th century monk with way too much mental energy, proposed this. God is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. If that being exists only in the mind, then it's not the greatest, because something greater, one that exists in reality, could be imagined. So if you can imagine the greatest possible being, and if it's truly the greatest, then it must exist. Or else it wouldn't be the greatest. Boom, God. Mainstream philosophy gave Anselm both applause and headaches. Some thinkers loved the bold, mathematical neatness of it. Others thought he was just playing verbal Jenga, stacking definitions until they accidentally said Amen. Quirky tidbit. Anselm wasn't trying to convince non-believers. His argument was meant for people who already believed, sort of like an intellectual bonus level. Ironically, it's become one of the most debated proofs for God's existence, even among atheists. And philosophers still argue whether you can define things into existence. Does imagining the perfect pizza mean it exists somewhere? Gaunilo, a contemporary critic, said exactly that, mocking the argument with his perfect island example. Anselm responded politely but firmly, God's special. Pizza's just lunch. You sink deeper now, half smiling at the idea that logic could conjure the divine, that somewhere in the folds of grammar and greatness, something eternal might be hiding. You don't need to solve it tonight. Just let the thought rest beside you like a candle you haven't lit, the kind of flame that burns, even if your eyes are closed. By now, your breath and thoughts are sinking, like old friends walking at the same pace. But instead of heading toward answers, you're moving deeper into experience itself, into the gentle, glowing realm of phenomenology. This branch of philosophy doesn't ask what things are, but how they appear to you, how they feel. It's the study of conscious experience from the inside out. What it's like to sip coffee, not chemically, but subjectively. What the warmth feels like in your hands, how the smell hits before the taste, the way your thoughts briefly quiet when the mug touches your lip. Edmund Husserl, the father of phenomenology, wanted to bracket reality, to suspend judgment about whether anything exists outside your experience, and just describe that experience as it presents itself. Pure awareness, minus the background noise of assumptions. Mainstream philosophy credits this approach with opening up entirely new paths of inquiry into psychology, art, religion, and even the structure of time. It's like flipping the camera from outward-facing to selfie mode and saying, let's start here. Quirky tidbit? Husserl's most famous student, Martin Heidegger, took the method and ran with it into the forest of being. Yes, capital B again. Adding layers of fog, German, and existential dread. Phenomenology became less about just seeing and more about dwelling in experience. And philosophers still argue whether phenomenology reveals deep truths or just organizes the obvious. Some say it's the only honest approach to consciousness. Others say, fine, but what's it for? You lie there now, your body quiet, your awareness sharper, the feeling of the sheet against your leg, the coolness of the air on your cheek, the internal hush that arrives when nothing needs to happen, not analyzing, not proving, just being here, moment by vivid moment. You're getting good at this now, floating through thought like a fish through still water. But just as you find stillness, another ripple surfaces. If the universe is determined, can you still be free? Welcome to Compatibilism, a philosophical effort to have your deterministic cake and eat it freely too. Here's the puzzle. If everything that happens, including your choices, is caused by what came before, then how is anything truly free? Aren't you just a domino in a really stylish shirt? Determinism says the future is locked in by the past. Your decision to brush your teeth or text your ex was already written into the fabric of the universe. But compatibilists argue, hold on. Freedom doesn't require randomness. It requires alignment. If your action flows from your internal desires, values, and reasoning, even if those things have causes, then it can still be free. It's not about being uncaused. It's about not being forced. Mainstream philosophers like Daniel Dennett embrace this view. They say that free will isn't about cosmic rebellion. It's about responsibility. If you act because of you, your personality, your logic, your weird love of mint toothpaste, that's enough. You're free enough to matter. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some versions of compatibilism go so far as to say that the more predictable you are, the more consistent with your identity, the more free you are. In other words, randomness might be exciting, but it's not freedom. It's just chaos with a cool hat. And philosophers still argue where to draw the line. How much internal control is enough? Can a robot be compatibilist-free? A goldfish, your chatty uncle? You lie there, hearing your own thoughts echo like soft footsteps in a hallway. Maybe everything in your life has led to this moment. Maybe you were always going to hear these words, but you're still here, still choosing, still you. Somewhere in your brain, the lights are still on, but only the dim ones, the kind that glow low and warm, asking questions you can almost answer. Like this one. Can you know everything there is to know without ever having felt it? Enter Mary's room, a thought experiment that walks straight into the heart of consciousness and turns on the light switch. Mary is a brilliant scientist. She knows everything there is to know about the science of color, how light works, how wavelengths trigger cones in the eye, how the brain processes hue. But she spent her whole life in a black and white room, seeing only grayscale through special monitors. Then one day, Mary steps outside and sees red. Here's the question. Did she learn something new? If she did, if that experience of seeing red added knowledge beyond all her scientific facts, then there's something about consciousness that can't be captured by physical explanation alone. Something subjective. Something squishy. Mainstream philosophy is split. Some say yes, Mary gains qualia, or raw experience. Others say no. She already knew everything. The red just confirms what she already understood. Like finally tasting cake after reading the recipe 100 times. Quirky tidbit. The philosopher who proposed this, Frank Jackson, later changed his mind. He came to believe that Mary wouldn't gain new knowledge after all, which, let's be honest, is kind of adorable. And philosophers still argue whether experience can be translated into data. Can you ever explain the feeling of starlight on the skin, the sound of someone laughing at your worst joke? Or is consciousness forever partly unshareable, like a secret whispered only to you? You lie there, eyes closed, surrounded by color even in the dark. You know the science of sleep, but now you're feeling it. And maybe that difference is everything. Color drips softly across your closed eyelids now, like dreams warming up their engines. But instead of flying off, your thoughts settle into something sturdier, something heavier, the hidden weight behind every choice you've ever made. It's time to talk about axiology, the philosophy of value. Axiology isn't about whether something is true. It asks whether it's worth something. It's the root system beneath ethics and aesthetics, asking, why do we care? What makes anything good or beautiful or important? There are two big branches here. Ethics, what's morally valuable, and aesthetics, what's artistically or emotionally valuable. But axiology goes deeper, poking at the very idea of value itself. Why do we say honesty is better than lying? That sunsets are worth watching? That kindness matters? Mainstream philosophers admit we act like we know what value is, but defining it is like trying to staple a shadow. Is value objective, out there waiting to be discovered? Or is it something we project, like cultural glitter on a neutral canvas? Here's your quirky tidbit. The word axiology didn't become popular until the 20th century, even though the idea is ancient. Plato argued that the highest form of good was more real than the physical world. Nietzsche, centuries later, said values were human-made illusions we should outgrow. Bit of a vibe shift. And philosophers still argue whether value is real, relative, or just an evolutionary trick. Something your brain invented so you'd share food, paint cave walls, and avoid throwing rocks at your friends. You lie there now, drifting through your own quiet catalogue of values. Loyalty, curiosity, humour, maybe that weird fondness you have for thunderstorms. And as you breathe in, you wonder, where did those values come from? And more importantly, would you trade them for anything? Your thoughts feel heavier now, not burdensome, but ancient, like standing at the edge of something still and vast. No wind, no change, just oneness. Welcome to Parmenides Oneness, where everything you believe about movement, change, and separation quietly crumbles into dust. Parmenides, a pre-Socratic philosopher from ancient Greece, had one central claim: all is one, and nothing ever truly changes. Change, he said, is an illusion, a trick of the senses. Behind all the shifting appearances, reality is eternal, unmovable, indivisible. You're not becoming anything. You're not going anywhere. You're already there. Mainstream philosophy treats this like a cosmic riddle wrapped in marble. Parmenides was one of the first to distinguish between appearance and reality, a move that laid the groundwork for metaphysics. Even if you disagree with him, and trust me, most do, his boldness still echoes through time. Your quirky tidbit? Parmenides wrote his ideas as a poem, describing a mystical journey where a goddess reveals the truth of being. So yes, technically, the "you've always been everything" theory was delivered in iambs. And philosophers still argue whether he was making a metaphysical claim, a mystical one, or just being really committed to unpopular opinions. After all, if everything is truly one, then change, motion, and even time itself must be illusions. Your past, not behind you. Your future, not waiting. It's all here, right now. You lie still, thinking of all the yous you've been: child you, awkward teen you, coffee spilled on shirt you, and wonder if they were ever separate at all. Maybe they were all just facets, moments in the mirror of oneness. Maybe the world doesn't flow like a river, but stands like a mountain, eternal, complete. And if that's true, maybe you've never been lost, just slightly rearranged. You've wandered into stillness, felt the pulse of oneness, and now, quietly, you turn toward a deeper itch. The question that unravels every explanation if you tug too hard. Why? Why is there anything at all? Why this instead of nothing? Why that pebble, that breath, that painfully slow elevator? Welcome to infinite regress, where every answer leads to another why, and you find yourself slipping down a rabbit hole with no bottom in sight. The idea is simple. If everything must be caused by something else, and that something needs a cause too, then where does it ever start? Is there a first cause, an unmoved mover, a self-justifying cosmic shrug? Mainstream thinkers offer a few escape routes. Theologians often say God is the necessary being, uncaused, eternal, the stopper at the end of the regress. Some scientists argue the Big Bang was a boundary condition, not a beginning per se. Others just shrug and focus on what's measurable, not ultimate. Your quirky tidbit? Ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle proposed the idea of a prime mover, something that sets everything else in motion without itself being moved, like the philosophical version of flicking the first domino while refusing to be one. And philosophers still argue whether infinite regress is really a problem, or just an invitation to rethink how causality works. Maybe the universe loops back on itself. Maybe there's no starting point. Maybe the question why is the mistake. You lie still now, thoughts spiraling not like panic, but like stars orbiting a quiet center. Every cause with a cause, every reason with a deeper one. And yet, here you are. No clear origin, no final answer, just being, inexplicably, beautifully, as if the mystery itself was enough. The spiral of whys still swirls behind your eyes, soft as candle smoke. But tonight, we slow down, not to answer the question, but to question the questions themselves. Welcome to meta-ethics, the philosophy of morality's roots, not its rules. Ethics says, don't steal. Meta-ethics asks, what even is right or wrong? Are those real things, or just noises we make with conviction? It's like opening a toolbox, and instead of fixing anything, you examine the tools. What is a moral truth? Can it be proven? Is it universal? Or just a social agreement you downloaded without reading the terms? Mainstream philosophy divides meta-ethics into three big zones. First, moral realism, the belief that moral facts exist, like mountains or penguins. Then moral anti-realism, which says morals are subjective, like taste or fashion. And finally, moral relativism, which shrugs and says, it depends where you're standing. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some philosophers believe moral language isn't about facts or feelings at all. It's about commands. When you say, stealing is wrong, you're really saying, don't steal, but dressing it up so it sounds deeper. And philosophers still argue whether moral statements mean anything objective. Is murder is wrong a truth, a feeling, a social tool, or just noise with rhythm? You lie here now, nestled in your own value system, like a nest of soft wires. You believe things. You care about fairness, kindness, loyalty, maybe desert ethics. But where did those feelings come from? Are you aligned with moral truth, or just echoing what you were taught? And if there's no moral ground beneath your feet, would that change how you walk? For now, just breathe. Let the questions hum. Not to shake your values, but to let you feel the mystery they rest on. You're drifting now in a cloud of moral uncertainty, gentle, warm, and lightly judgmental. But as the questions of right and wrong dissolve into mist, another idea drifts in, trailing incense and karma points. Tonight, we enter the looping hallway of karma and moral causality. The core idea is simple. Your actions matter, not just socially, but cosmically. What you do echoes back at you. Good begets good. Harm begets harm. Maybe not immediately, maybe not in this lifetime. But the universe, in some deep, mysterious way, keeps score. In Eastern traditions, especially Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism, karma is more than what goes around comes around. It's a law of moral cause and effect, as natural as gravity. Not punishment, not reward, just balance. Like planting seeds you may never see grow. Mainstream Western thinkers treat karma more metaphorically. Modern psychology echoes the idea. Kindness builds trust, cruelty corrodes it. Your behavior shapes your environment and your inner world. But cosmic bookkeeping, that's still up for debate. Quirky tidbit, Some Buddhist schools believe that karma doesn't just stick to your soul, it is your soul. There's no permanent self, just a bundle of intentions rippling through time, like echoes in a canyon. And philosophers still argue whether karma is comforting or constraining. Does it offer hope? Or does it trap people in cycles of guilt and fate? Is it justice? Or just another version of determinism in spiritual robes? You lie here now, your past floating behind you like a trail of glowing footprints. Every word you've spoken, every kindness left unspoken, all still moving, all still echoing. And whether or not the universe is tallying your choices, you are. So tonight, you rest in that quiet awareness, that your life, even in stillness, is leaving a pattern behind, soft, subtle, and maybe sacred. You shift slightly under the covers, half asleep, half suspecting that life might just be a very elaborate improv scene. And now comes the old heavyweight match, free will versus fatalism. Free will says, you choose. You could have turned left instead of right. You could have skipped that text, taken that risk, eaten something other than gas station sushi. Your path is yours. Messy, yes, but yours. Fatalism, on the other hand, grins quietly and says, nope, it was always going to happen that way. Unlike determinism, which is about cause and effect, fatalism is about inevitability. Not just that things happen for a reason, but that no matter what you do, the outcome was pre-written, pre-scripted. As if the universe said, we've already run this show. You're just playing your part. Mainstream thinkers often avoid full-on fatalism. It's hard to build ethics or therapy around, well, too bad. But echoes of it appear everywhere. In religion, in romantic comedies, in astrology apps that say your Tuesday meltdown was written in the stars. Here's your quirky tidbit. The ancient Stoics believed in fate, but not as a trap. They said your role in life is fated, but how you play it is up to you. You can be a noble cabbage farmer or a grumpy one. Either way, the cabbage grows. And philosophers still argue whether fatalism makes life meaningless or more meaningful. If your fate is sealed, does that steal your freedom or give you a kind of peace? Like a story you get to live rather than write. You lie still now, thinking of every what if you've ever whispered, every fork in your path, every coincidence that felt too perfect. Were they choices or scenes in a script too big to read? Either way, this moment feels just right, like something meant to be. You've been wandering through freedom and fate, through whispered possibilities and scripted maybes. But now the scene changes. Sharp lines, bright math, a clipboard in one hand and a smile calibrated for maximum outcomes. Welcome to utilitarianism, where ethics gets a spreadsheet. At its core, utilitarianism is simple. Do whatever brings the greatest good to the greatest number. If you've got 5 cookies and 10 friends, you split them. If pulling one lever saves 5 lives, you do it. Morality meet math. Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill were the movement's biggest hype men. Bentham even invented a hedonic calculus, a theoretical formula to measure pleasure and pain. Yes, like moral accounting. Yes, it's both genius and exhausting. Mainstream philosophy still gives utilitarianism plenty of attention, especially in fields like politics, economics, and AI ethics. Why? Because it's clean, predictable, scalable. It makes sense, until it doesn't. Here's your quirky tidbit. Bentham loved the idea of preserving value so much, he had his own body mummified and displayed in a glass case at University College London. His skeleton still attends board meetings, literally, a man of maximum utility. But philosophers still argue whether utilitarianism goes too far. If killing one person saves 10, is that okay? What about lying to spare someone pain? Can happiness really be measured? Or are we trying to assign decimals to delight and sorrow? You lie there now, thinking about your own quiet calculations, the times you stayed silent to keep the peace, gave someone your last French fry, shared something you didn't want to. Were those moral choices, or just instinct? Did they maximize happiness? Maybe, maybe not. But here, in the quiet, you realize something. Even without a formula, you're always weighing the ripple effects, and sometimes the gentlest good is more than enough. The ripples of moral math fade, but something prickles beneath them, something unsettling. Because tonight, you discover that not all outcomes are earned. Sometimes, your life story gets edited by fate's weird cousin, moral luck. Here's the problem. We like to think people should be judged by their intentions, their choices, their character. But in reality, outcomes matter, and outcomes aren't always under your control. Imagine two people both decide to drive home drunk. One gets home safely, the other hits a pedestrian. Same decision, wildly different consequences. One becomes a cautionary tale, the other just makes it home. Was one more morally guilty than the other, or just less unlucky? Moral luck says your moral standing can depend on factors outside your control. Weather, timing, who happens to walk by. It's like ethics is rigged to care about results, no matter what you meant. Mainstream philosophers wrestle with this hard. Thomas Nagel and Bernard Williams both wrote about how deeply uncomfortable it is. If we judge people based on things they couldn't predict or control, does that make morality unfair? Your quirky tidbit, the term moral luck, didn't catch fire until the 1970s, even though ancient Greek tragedy thrived on it. Think Oedipus. Dude tries to avoid a terrible fate and walks straight into it. His guilt? Complicated. His luck? Abysmal. And philosophers still argue how to square this with justice. Should we judge by intentions alone, by outcomes, or by something in between? Some say we can't avoid moral luck. We're swimming in it. Judging others with hindsight goggles will never take off. You lie still now, thinking of your own near misses, the times things went wrong, or almost did. Times you meant well, but the outcome had other plans. Maybe morality isn't about perfection. Maybe it's just doing your best, knowing luck might crash the party anyway. The air feels quieter now, like the world has taken one long, skeptical breath. You've weighed luck and intention, judged choices made in flickers. But what if we flipped the whole board and said, none of it means anything unless we can prove it? Welcome to logical positivism, where philosophy tries to clean up its act with science wipes. At its core, logical positivism claims this: if a statement can't be verified through direct observation or logical proof, it's meaningless. That means questions like, does God exist, or is the soul immortal, aren't just unanswerable. They're considered nonsense, like arguing about the smell of square roots. This movement gained steam in the early 20th century, especially from a group known as the Vienna Circle. They wanted clarity, precision, a world where only science, math, and observable facts could enter the conversation. Mainstream science was thrilled, philosophy less so, because this meant whole branches, ethics, aesthetics, metaphysics, suddenly became suspect. Beauty, morality. If you can't test it, toss it. Quirky tidbit. One famous positivist, A.J. Ayer, once said that saying stealing is wrong was no different than saying, "Boo, stealing." Just an emotional outburst, not a truth claim. He later recanted slightly, probably after someone stole his lunch. And philosophers still argue whether this approach clarified or sterilized philosophy. It offered sharp tools, but often ended up cutting the questions it couldn't explain. Eventually, even positivists admitted their main principle: only verifiable statements are meaningful, couldn't itself be verified. You lie here now, thinking of everything you've ever believed. Not just seen or measured, but felt. Your sense of beauty, your quiet convictions. That one time you just knew something mattered. Can we measure those? Maybe not. But meaningless? You're not so sure. Because some truths don't show up in a lab. They arrive in a whisper. You're deep in it now, where thoughts loop and language ties itself in knots. You try to make sense of it all, but then you stumble over a barber. And this barber, he shaves only those who don't shave themselves. Wait, read that again. If he shaves only those who don't shave themselves, does he shave himself? Welcome to Russell's paradox, where logic eats its own tail. It starts with set theory, those tidy little groups we use to organize things, like the set of all mugs, or the set of all people who've pretended to understand tax forms. But then Bertrand Russell asked, what about the set of all sets that do not contain themselves? If such a set exists, does it contain itself? If it does, then by definition, it shouldn't. But if it doesn't, then, oops, it fits the definition, and should. This isn't just a word game. It broke math. Or at least, it broke the idea that all sets could be treated equally. The foundations of logic had to be rewritten just to avoid this paradox from casually blowing everything up. Mainstream mathematics responded by creating new, stricter systems, like Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, to fence off the weird stuff. Think of it as putting up "Do not feed the paradox" signs. Your quirky tidbit. Russell didn't come up with the barber analogy himself. That came later, but it stuck because it's hilariously simple and still confounding. And philosophers still argue whether paradoxes like this are flaws in logic or just clues that language has limits. Maybe we can't describe everything cleanly. Maybe truth is always just a little out of reach when we try to trap it with grammar. You lie still now, smiling faintly at the absurdity of it all. A barber, a set, a question with no answer. And somehow, it all feels perfect, like confusion was always part of the design. The paradoxes have softened your grip on certainty now. Your thoughts feel like soap bubbles, shimmering, nearly weightless, and just a little slippery. You watch them float by, and then one pops. Because tonight we ask, how do you know the sun will rise tomorrow? This is the problem of induction, and it's sneakier than it sounds. You've seen the sun rise every day of your life, so you expect it will again. You boil water, assume it'll make tea. You trust gravity to keep doing gravity things. But the truth, you can't prove any of that. Induction is the process of drawing general rules from past experiences. It works until it doesn't. Philosopher David Hume pointed out the blind spot. Just because something has happened 1,000 times doesn't guarantee it will happen the next. The future doesn't have to follow the past. It's like trusting a pigeon who's delivered your mail every day and assuming he'll keep doing it forever, until one day he retires or joins a ska band. Mainstream science relies on induction all the time, experiments, predictions, theories. But at its core, the justification is circular. We believe induction works because it has worked, Which is, well, exactly what the problem is. Here's your quirky tidbit. Hume wasn't trying to kill science. He just wanted to highlight that human reasoning isn't airtight. It's emotional, habitual. We expect consistency because we like the world to be predictable. We crave patterns, even if reality doesn't owe us any. And philosophers still argue whether induction can be salvaged. Some say it's pragmatically necessary. We build bridges, not perfect truths. Others say we need stronger foundations, maybe even new logic systems. You lie still now, thinking of all the things you assume. The light will turn green, the floor will hold, the sky won't fall. Maybe it's not certainty that keeps the world going. Maybe it's trust. The night holds steady now, like a scale balancing gently in the dark. You've questioned truth, expectation, even time itself. But tonight, you're invited to play a different kind of game, designing a society from scratch. Welcome to Rawls' Justice Vale. Philosopher John Rawls asked, what would a truly fair society look like if you didn't know who you'd be in it? Rich or poor, tall or short, sick, healthy, privileged, overlooked. This is the veil of ignorance, a mental blindfold. Imagine stepping into a room with others to build a new civilization. But here's the twist. You don't know what role you'll play once you leave the room. You might be a billionaire, or a child born into poverty, a CEO, or someone with no home. Rawls argued that if people made rules under this veil, they'd choose fairness. They'd protect the most vulnerable, because they might be the most vulnerable. Mainstream political philosophy embraced this idea like a moral blueprint. It influenced everything from human rights discussions to tax policies. It's not about making life perfect. It's about making it fair, even for the ones life forgets. Here's your quirky tidbit. Rawls' book, A Theory of Justice, was so influential that philosophers started dividing time into pre-Rawls and post-Rawls eras, kind of like BCE and CE, but for ethical nerds. And philosophers still argue whether the veil really makes people fair or just cautious. Some say it assumes too much empathy. Others say it doesn't go far enough. What happens when people peek under the veil and suddenly prefer the winning team? You lie still now, imagining the society you'd build from behind that veil. What would you guarantee? What would you risk? And for a moment you realize the fairest rules aren't the ones that benefit you. They're the ones you'd choose, even if you didn't know who you would be. The veil lifts gently now, and you're left with the echo of a question. Are some moral truths out there, fixed like stars, or are they more like shadows, shifting depending on who's holding the light? Welcome to the standoff between moral realism and anti-realism. Moral realism says that moral facts exist, independent of what anyone thinks or feels. Like math or gravity, murder is wrong, is true whether you agree or not. It's out there, solid, objective. Moral anti-realism, on the other hand, says not so fast. Morality might be a social construct, a product of culture, evolution, or language. There's no universal wrong, just widely agreed preferences dressed up as absolutes. Mainstream ethics bounces between these camps. Some philosophers defend moral realism with fierce confidence, saying it's the only way to ground justice, rights, and moral responsibility. Others say trying to pin morality to objective truth is like trying to staple Jell-O to the moon. Here's your quirky tidbit. Some thinkers propose a third option called constructivism. Morality isn't objective or subjective, but something we build together through rational dialogue, like IKEA furniture, but for ethics. And philosophers still argue, often passionately, about which view actually holds up. If morality is real and independent, how do we discover it? If it's not, how do we explain our deep sense that some things just are wrong, even when the crowd disagrees? You lie there now, feeling the soft shape of your own morals, the things you wouldn't budge on, the ones you've changed over time, the ones you're still figuring out. Are they reflections of something real, or carefully chosen stories? Maybe it doesn't matter tonight. Maybe what matters is that you care enough to wonder. And sometimes caring is the truth. You're settled now, like a thought that's found its sentence. But philosophy isn't done with you, not yet. Tonight, we hand a monkey a typewriter and wait for the weirdest kind of poetry. Welcome to the infinite monkey theorem. Here's the setup. Put a monkey in front of a typewriter. Let it hit keys at random. Now wait, long enough, like really long. According to probability, eventually, that monkey will type the complete works of Shakespeare. Word for word. Punctuation perfect. It's not that the monkey's a genius. It's just that, given infinite time, randomness produces order, not because it tries, but because it has nowhere else to go. Mainstream thinkers use this idea to explore probability, information theory, and even the origins of the universe. After all, if particles can randomly arrange themselves into stars, why not sonnets? Why not you? Quirky tidbit. In 2003, a real group of artists gave 6 monkeys a keyboard. The monkeys didn't type Hamlet. They smashed keys, pooped on the hardware, and typed pages full of the letter S, which honestly still sounds poetic. But philosophers still argue what this actually proves. Some say it shows the limits of chance. Just because something is possible doesn't mean it's likely. Others say it exposes a deeper truth. Given enough chaos, structure inevitably appears. Patterns arise. Meaning sneaks in. You lie there now, your own thoughts flickering like random keystrokes. A memory, a worry, a hope you didn't invite. The story of you, typed one letter at a time by a brain that was never given instructions. Maybe your life is no accident. Maybe it's just improbably beautiful. And even if you're just a monkey on a cosmic keyboard, somehow the sentences are starting to make sense. You've watched monkeys type sonnets and chaos build cosmos, but now we shift inward, where the questions get personal, petty, and a little uncomfortable. Tonight, we ask, what if selfishness isn't wrong? Welcome to egoism. The idea that self-interest isn't just natural, but maybe even moral. There are 2 main flavors. Psychological egoism says you can't help it. Every choice you make, even the good ones, are ultimately about you. You donate to charity. Maybe it's for the warm, fuzzy feeling. You help a friend move. Maybe you're banking emotional credit. Every act of kindness, deep down, feeds your own sense of satisfaction. Then there's ethical egoism, which goes further and says, you should act in your own interest. Not cruelly, but clearly. Your primary obligation is to yourself. Help others if it helps you, but don't pretend it's something higher. Mainstream philosophers tend to side-eye egoism. It sounds like an excuse, but some admit it has teeth, especially when compared to empty moral posturing. If all ethics are performative anyway, egoism just skips the costume. Here's your quirky tidbit. Ayn Rand, the philosopher-novelist behind The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged, turned egoism into a full-blown system called objectivism. She believed that rational self-interest was the highest virtue, and that self-sacrifice was dangerous. She also hated traffic lights. Probably And philosophers still argue whether egoism is just realism in disguise. Some say it's an excuse for greed. Others say it's just a mirror. If you admit your motives, maybe you'll act with more honesty and less hypocrisy. You lie there now, remembering a time you did something selfless, and another time you chose yourself first. Which one felt more true? Maybe the trick isn't pretending you're not self-interested. Maybe it's learning to love others in ways that include you, not erase you. The night presses in, soft as velvet and twice as forgiving. You've explored the self, what it wants, what it hides, and now you step into a world where you get to decide what anything means. Welcome to existentialism, where the only rule is make your own meaning, or float forever. Existentialism says life doesn't come with built-in purpose. There's no master plan, no cosmic checklist, no spiritual to-do list hanging in the sky. You're born, and that's it. Just you, a heartbeat, and a wide, weird world asking, now what? For some, this is terrifying. For others, it's liberation. Sartre, Camus, Simone de Beauvoir, they all wrestled with the tension between absurdity and freedom. If the universe doesn't tell you what to do, then you must create meaning yourself. You don't find your essence, you build it. Every action, every choice, every messy attempt, that's who you are. Mainstream philosophy embraces existentialism as a deeply human response to a chaotic world. It doesn't deny pain. It just says, okay, now do something with it. Here's your quirky tidbit. Albert Camus compared life to Sisyphus, the guy doomed to roll a boulder uphill forever. But Camus said, we must imagine him happy. Why? Because choosing to live, to push, to engage, even knowing it's absurd, is an act of quiet rebellion. And philosophers still argue how free we really are. Are we ever truly unshaped by biology, culture, trauma, caffeine? Is our freedom total, or just the freedom to decorate our cage? You lie here now, sensing the weight and wonder of it. You weren't handed your purpose, but maybe you've started to sketch it, not with confidence, but with courage. Maybe meaning isn't found. Maybe it's chosen. And maybe, tonight, that choice begins in rest. You're floating now, in that strange space between responsibility and relief. Existential freedom might feel like pressure, but tonight, you meet a gentler companion, one who shrugs, breathes deep, and says, let it go. Welcome to Stoicism, a philosophy of control, calm, and not flipping out when your plans fall apart. The Stoics, especially Epictetus, Seneca, and Marcus Aurelius, believe the key to peace is simple. Control what you can, accept what you can't, and know the difference. Not exactly catchy, but surprisingly life-changing. Let's say it rains on your wedding day. Classic Alanis. You can't stop the clouds, but you can choose how to respond. That's the Stoic trick. Your power lies not in the world, but in your reaction to it. Mainstream thinkers admire Stoicism for its practicality. It's not about theory. It's about living well, even when life punches you in the gut, especially then. Here's your quirky tidbit. Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius wrote his personal journal while fighting wars and running an empire. We now call it Meditations, a quiet, private book that has become a Stoic Bible. It wasn't meant to be published. Just little notes to himself like, hey Marcus, don't be a jerk today. And philosophers still argue whether Stoicism is strength or suppression. Is it wise to detach from things you can't control, or does it risk turning you numb? Some critics say it asks too much restraint. Others say it's the only sane way to live in an unpredictable world. You lie still now, scanning your life for things you can't change. The past, other people, the weird clicking noise in your ceiling. You feel them, and then let them go. Not because they don't matter, but because you matter more. And maybe, right now, the only thing you need to control is your breath. Your breath steadies now, like a ship anchored in deep water. You've let go of what you can't control. But now, what about everything you don't understand? What about the mystery that stretches beyond reason, wrapped in silence and faith? Tonight, you tiptoe into Aquinas' 5 ways, 5 classic arguments for the existence of God. Thomas Aquinas, a 13th century philosopher theologian, in a surprisingly stylish robe, didn't try to prove God through miracles or scripture. He used logic, cold, clean, Latin logic. He looked at the world and said, these patterns must point to something greater. His 5 ways include: 1. The unmoved mover. Everything in motion was set in motion by something else. 2. The first cause. Every effect has a cause, so there must be a starting one. 3. Contingency. Things exist, but they don't have to, so something must necessarily exist. 4. Degrees of perfection. We recognize good and bad because there's a standard. 5. Teleology. Nature acts with purpose, suggesting a designer. Mainstream thinkers respect Aquinas for trying to reconcile faith and reason. His arguments became cornerstones in classical theology and starting points for countless rebuttals. Here's your quirky tidbit. Aquinas reportedly had a mystical vision late in life and stopped writing entirely, saying that after what he saw, all his words felt like straw. Philosophical mic drop. And philosophers still argue whether these 5 ways truly prove anything. Some say they're elegant, but assume too much. Others believe they point toward a deeper logic, one we sense, but can't fully grasp. You lie there now, feeling the weight of questions older than time. Maybe there's a first cause, a mover, a designer, or maybe there's just silence and your small breath within it. But tonight, reason and mystery aren't enemies. They're simply partners in wonder. You're suspended now between logic and longing, between the rhythm of your breath and the beat of something deeper. You've stared into the face of God, or at least into a very confident syllogism. But now you turn the coin. What if mind and matter aren't separate, but just 2 sides of the same thing? Welcome to the dual aspect theory. This view says that the universe doesn't split into mind or matter. It's both. Like light, which is both wave and particle depending on how you look. Consciousness and physical stuff, same deal. 2 perspectives on one mysterious underlying reality. Think of it like this. You're watching a coin. Heads, it's neurons firing. Tails, it's thoughts and dreams. But it's always one coin. No spooky mind floating above your brain. Just a single reality wearing 2 masks. Mainstream philosophy treats dual aspect theory as a kind of truce. It avoids the weirdness of substance dualism, which splits body and soul into different realms. But it also refuses to collapse consciousness entirely into chemicals. Quirky tidbit? Baruch Spinoza, a 17th century thinker who probably terrified dinner guests, was an early champion of this view. He called the one true substance God or nature, like he couldn't decide which branding sounded cooler. And philosophers still argue whether this theory actually explains consciousness, or just decorates our confusion with metaphors. Is it a bridge between science and spirit, or just a poetic dodge? You lie still now, your body and mind humming quietly together. Maybe your thoughts are just electrochemical dances, Or maybe your brain is just the echo of something deeper thinking through you. Two sides. One thing, and in the soft dark, you don't need to choose, because tonight, the whole coin rests in your hand. The coin turns slowly in the dark, and now you feel its weight shift, just a little. You're still holding it, but suddenly one side burns colder than the other. Because now we ask, if there's a good, loving, all-powerful being, why is there so much pain? Welcome to the problem of evil, one of the oldest, sharpest thorns in philosophy's garden. It goes like this. 1. If God is all-powerful, he could stop evil. 2. If God is all good, he would want to. 3. Evil exists. So what gives? This isn't about stubbing your toe. It's about war, loss, cruelty, and grief that doesn't feel like it teaches anything. Just suffering that echoes and stays. Mainstream theologians have wrestled with this for centuries. Some say evil is necessary for free will, that real choice requires the real risk of hurting each other. Others say it builds character, compassion, and soul growth. Still others argue that evil is a test, a mystery, or the shadow cast by a deeper light we can't yet see. Quirky tidbit. The 5th century philosopher Boethius tried to explain suffering while imprisoned and awaiting execution. He wrote a book called The Consolation of Philosophy, where Lady Philosophy, yes, personified, visits him in his cell to talk about fate, justice, and meaning. Spoiler, it helped. A little. And philosophers still argue whether any of these explanations hold water. Some say the very idea of God must be redefined or abandoned. Others say the problem lies in us, expecting the universe to behave like a well-written story when it's more like a tangled poem. You lie here now, holding your own quiet aches, the ones that never really went away. You don't need to solve them tonight, but in asking why they exist, you do something powerful. You care. And sometimes, that's the answer that starts all the others. You've held the ache of unanswerable questions in your chest like a stone that slowly softened. And now, gently, the world flips inside out. What if you aren't just you? Welcome to the beautifully disorienting idea of open individualism, the theory that there is only one consciousness and that it wears every face, including yours. This isn't reincarnation. It's not a soul hopping body to body. It's more radical. It says that when you look into another person's eyes, you're looking at yourself, living another life at another point in time, through another lens. There is one experiencer, one I, and it's playing all the roles. Mainstream philosophy treats this one like a strange dream it can't quite dismiss. It's too wild to prove, but too persistent to ignore. Mystics, poets, and psychedelic researchers keep circling the idea, whispering that maybe you have been here before, as someone else. Maybe you're everyone, one at a time. Quirky tidbit? The term open individualism comes from a paper by philosopher Daniel Kolak, who argued that personal identity isn't a closed bubble, but a single shared field of awareness, flowing through different minds like one beam of light passing through colored glass. And philosophers still argue whether this is profound or just a cosmic illusion wrapped in pronouns. Can it explain empathy, consciousness, déjà vu? Or is it just the world's most poetic case of mistaken identity? You lie still now, thinking of all the people you've been. Or maybe could be. The stranger who held the door, the child crying in a grocery aisle, the friend you forgot to call, the enemy you don't understand. what if they're all just you in a different frame? And tonight, maybe that frame falls away, and what's left is silence, and someone listening from everywhere. You lie still now, wrapped in the strangeness of oneness, of sharing a soul across faces and centuries. But what if there's no soul at all? No inner pearl, no solid center, just thoughts flickering, sensations passing. A self that vanishes the moment you go looking for it. Welcome to the no-self doctrine, or anatta, a core idea in Buddhist philosophy. It's not that you don't exist. It's that the you think of as permanent is more like a swirling eddy in a river. Momentary, shaped by conditions. Gone the second you try to hold it. Your body changes, your memories shift, your preferences evolve. So what exactly is the you that stays the same? Buddhism says there isn't one. There's just process, flow. A candle flame passed from wick to wick. Mainstream Western philosophy has started catching up. David Hume, centuries ago, wrote that when he searched within, he found only a bundle of perceptions, no solid self to be found. Modern neuroscience agrees. There's no single self-center in the brain. Just systems, loops, coordination without a conductor. Quirky tidbit? Some monks train to observe the arising and passing of each moment so clearly that the illusion of a solid self just drops away. Not in theory, in experience. They say it's like watching the ego dissolve into air. And philosophers still argue whether this is liberating or horrifying. Some say it's freedom. If there's no fixed self, there's no one to cling, to suffer, to fear. Others say it's too much. We need the story of self, even if it's fiction. You lie here now, noticing your breath. A thought flickers. A memory rises. A little ache in your side. But no one's owning them. They just appear. And then fade. And maybe that's all the self ever was. A candle, briefly lit. The candle flickers. Not out, but sideways. Like flame trying to edit itself. And now, as your thoughts loop gently in the dark, a new idea stirs. Maybe your consciousness isn't a single stream at all. Maybe it's a messy film reel, mid-edit. Welcome to Dennett's multiple drafts theory, a modern and refreshingly chaotic take on how consciousness actually works. According to philosopher Daniel Dennett, your mind isn't a spotlight beaming onto reality. It's more like a newsroom. Different processes, sensory input, memory, language, each write their own drafts of what's happening. But there's no editor-in-chief. No central viewer, just competing fragments. And consciousness? It's the story that wins. You see a red balloon, hear a pop, feel surprise. But those pieces don't come in a neat line. Your brain assembles them retroactively, smoothing out delays, syncing footage, like a late-night intern frantically stitching meaning out of noise. Mainstream neuroscience likes this. It fits the data. Brain scans show that different parts of your brain light up at different times during a single moment. You're not experiencing time. You're reconstructing it on a slight delay. Quirky tidbit. In experiments, researchers can make people report seeing something before it actually happens, just by messing with the timing of perception. Dennett says this proves the mind is constantly editing the now into something that only feels smooth. And philosophers still argue whether this means the self is just a convenient narrative. If there's no single observer, just distributed functions and post-production cleanup, are you the story or the storyteller? You lie here now sensing the flickers, that memory, that whisper, that image that arrived late but claimed it was first. Maybe your consciousness is less like a stage and more like a movie made on the fly. And somehow, it still wins Oscars, every day. You're lying in the dark now, watching thoughts drift by like silent fish. Some feel true, some just pass. And now you wonder, can I trust any of this? Welcome to skepticism, the ancient art of the philosophical side-eye. At its heart, skepticism asks a question that's both innocent and devastating. How do you know? Not in a sassy rhetorical way, but in the deepest, most soul-tugging way. How do you know the world exists? That your memories are accurate? That the floor under your bed is still there? Skeptics don't say everything is false. They just point out that certainty is slippery. Your senses can lie. Your logic can glitch. Your dreams feel real until you wake up. So how much of your life is trust? And how much is proof? Mainstream philosophers see skepticism as both a challenge and a tool. You may not solve it, but wrestling with it sharpens your thinking, like sanding a rough idea until it shines. Quirky tidbit. Ancient Greek skeptics, like Pyrrho, took this so seriously that Pyrrho reportedly avoided making any claims about anything, including whether he should avoid cliffs. His friends had to physically stop him from walking into danger. Truly, peer review at its finest. And philosophers still argue whether radical skepticism is useful or just paralyzing. Can we live in total doubt? Should we? Or is it better to act as if the world is real, even if we can't prove it? You lie still now, letting your awareness hover, like a question mark. Your room, your breath, this voice. You can't prove any of it beyond doubt. And yet, here you are. Maybe knowing for sure isn't the point. Maybe asking sincerely is. The doubt drifts like fog through your thoughts, but it doesn't unsettle you. Not tonight. Instead, you sink into it like a warm bath, wondering now, not whether things are real, but whether you can explain them by breaking them down. Welcome to reductionism. The idea that everything complicated can be explained by its simplest parts. Love? Just chemicals. A symphony. Vibrating air molecules. Your dreams? Electric chatter in brain cells shaped by biology and breakfast. Reductionists believe that complex phenomena, like minds, cities, or cat videos, are best understood by analyzing their smallest components. It's elegant, powerful, and kind of brutal. Mainstream science runs on this principle. Biology explains behavior. Chemistry explains biology. Physics explains chemistry. And beneath it all, math humming like a cold, universal lullaby. But something strange happens when we apply reductionism to human experience. You reduce a sunset to photons, a hug to nerve firings, grief to hormones. It's true, but is it enough? Quirky tidbit. When asked to define a kiss in scientific terms, one reductionist described it as the juxtaposition of two orbicularis oris muscles in a state of contraction. Romantic, right? And philosophers still argue whether reductionism is enlightening or just a beautiful demolition. Some say it reveals the elegant machinery behind reality. Others argue it leaves something out, the emergent, the poetic, the meaningful. You lie here now, thinking about a moment that moved you. A song, a gesture, a single look. Could you explain it fully by dissecting it? Maybe, but would it still feel the same? Tonight, maybe the answer isn't to choose between the parts and the whole. Maybe it's just to honor both. Because sometimes the atoms don't explain the ore. You breathe in slowly now, aware of every flicker behind your eyes, sensations, memories, the odd leftover grocery list. Something's happening in your brain, But what exactly? And more importantly, why does it feel like anything at all? Tonight, we dip into property dualism, the theory that the mind isn't made of a different substance, but it has different properties than the physical stuff it emerges from. Think of it this way. Water is made of hydrogen and oxygen. Neither is wet on its own, but together, wetness appears. Likewise, your brain's neurons might not be conscious individually, but put them together just right, and suddenly, you. Property dualists say consciousness isn't magic or immaterial, but it's also not just electricity and chemistry. It's a unique property that emerges from physical processes, like heat from friction, or laughter from a perfectly timed meme. Mainstream philosophers find this theory compelling, especially when compared to full-on substance dualism, which says mind and body are made of totally different things. Property dualism keeps everything in one universe, but still respects how weird the mind is. Quirky tidbit? Some thinkers compare consciousness to software. The hardware, your brain, runs the program, your mind. But the code itself has its own logic, rules that aren't obvious just by staring at the silicon. And philosophers still argue whether this explanation actually explains anything. Does it answer why thoughts feel like something? Or does it just name the mystery and move on? You lie still now, wondering what part of your brain is handling this exact moment. Where does this voice echo? Which neuron is lighting up with recognition? And which one is just watching? Maybe consciousness is just a property, a feature, a shimmer on the surface. But tonight, it feels like a miracle. That shimmer of consciousness still glows faintly inside you, familiar, but ungraspable, like moonlight on water. So now we ask the question philosophers have been dodging with metaphors and metaphysics for centuries. What is it like to be anything? Tonight, you enter the curious case of Nagel's bat. Thomas Nagel, philosopher and professional mindbender, pointed out something both simple and impossible. Even if we knew everything about how a bat's brain works, echolocation, flight mechanics, sensory data, we still wouldn't know what it's like to be a bat. Because consciousness isn't just data, it's experience. The feel of sonar bouncing in the dark, the sense of self with wings, not what a bat does, but what it feels. Mainstream thinkers nod in agreement and frustration. This is the qualia problem again, raw, subjective experience that can't be dissected under a microscope. It's the difference between reading a recipe and tasting the cake. The facts don't equal the flavor. Quirky tidbit. Nagel's 1974 paper, What Is It Like to Be a Bat?, is one of the most cited essays in modern philosophy and sparked decades of both admiration and rage. He wasn't trying to solve consciousness. He just poked it with a stick and said, "Yeah, good luck." And philosophers still argue whether the question has an answer. Some say subjective experience is just brain activity viewed from the inside. Others say there's a fundamental gap, a hard limit on what science can reveal. You lie still now, feeling what it's like to be you, not from the outside, not as brain states or behaviors, but from inside. This awareness, this hum, this moment. And maybe that's the whole point. Maybe some truths aren't meant to be explained, only quietly known. That quiet knowledge lingers, soft as breath on a mirror. You've been the bat, the brain, the bundle of awareness, and now you float to the edge of the weirdest puzzle in philosophy, one that smiles and says, you could know everything and still not know a thing. Welcome to the knowledge argument, featuring a character named Mary the Color Scientist. Here's the setup. Mary is a brilliant scientist who lives in a black and white room. She knows everything about color, wavelengths, light physics, retinal response, the whole scientific parade. But she's never actually seen red, not once. One day, she leaves her monochrome lab and sees a ripe tomato. And suddenly, boom, she experiences red. Did she learn something new? If so, then physical facts weren't enough. There's a kind of knowledge, qualia, again, that only comes from experience. Mainstream philosophers love this thought experiment. It's elegant and infuriating. Some say Mary gains new knowledge. Others say she gains a new ability, like recognizing red, not knowing new facts. The debate burns like a neon exit sign from the land of reductionism. Quirky tidbit. This argument was posed by Frank Jackson in the 1980s, and he later changed his mind. He originally believed qualia proved physicalism wrong, but later said he was mistaken, and that experience doesn't add new information, just a different format. And philosophers still argue whether that flip-flop settled anything. Does experiencing red add new content to the mind, or just rearrange existing knowledge into 4K resolution? You lie still now, thinking of all the things you knew before you lived them. Love, grief, triumph, embarrassment. Did you really understand them before they happened? Maybe not. Maybe knowledge isn't just in facts. Maybe it's in feeling the world touch you back. The world has touched you now, through thoughts, through color, through questions wrapped in riddles. But what if you're not just touched by experience, but shaped entirely by your context? Tonight, we enter the hall of mirrors known as structuralism. Structuralism says that human thought isn't floating freely in space. It's bound by systems, language, culture, mythology, even math. You don't just have ideas. You absorb structures, and those structures shape how you think, what you see, and what you even consider possible. Imagine trying to dream outside your native tongue, or picture a triangle with 4 sides. The tools you use to build reality come from the structure you were born into. Mainstream philosophers and social theorists embrace structuralism hard in the 20th century. Thinkers like Saussure, Lévi-Strauss, and Foucault argued that meaning doesn't live in things, but in relationships. Words don't mean anything by themselves. They mean something because of the web they sit in. Quirky tidbit: the idea that binary opposites drive culture, like light, dark, male, female, good, evil, comes from structuralist analysis. Once you start noticing them, you'll see them everywhere. Movies, fairy tales, your middle school yearbook. And philosophers still argue whether structuralism explains too much or not enough. Some say it brilliantly maps how thought is shaped. Others claim it reduces people to puppets in a script they didn't write. You lie here now, tracing the invisible scaffolding of your own mind, your language, your symbols, your inherited myths. Have you ever had a thought that wasn't taught to you first, in some way? Maybe not, but maybe knowing the structure lets you loosen it, and maybe freedom isn't outside the system. It's learning how to dance within it. You've danced within the web, felt your thoughts tugged by hidden strings, and now, gently, the strings begin to fray, because tonight we step beyond structure, beyond stability, into a world that loves to slip just out of reach. Welcome to post-structuralism, where meaning doesn't stay put. Post-structuralists looked at structuralism's tidy diagrams and said, "Cute, but real life's a mess." They argued that meaning is never fixed, that language is slippery, and that truth, capital T truth, is always on the move. Words don't just point to meaning, they produce it, and they do it differently for everyone, in every context. A word isn't a stone. It's a current. You don't hold it. You ride it. Mainstream philosophy wobbled in its seat when this hit. Thinkers like Derrida, Foucault, and Barthes unhooked ideas from their anchors. They showed how power, context, and history warp meaning, how texts contradict themselves, how even the self is more narrative than nucleus. Quirky tidbit. Jacques Derrida's famous phrase, "there is nothing outside the text," is often misunderstood. He didn't mean that reality doesn't exist, just that we only access it through interpretation, through signs, through language. You've never met the world, just your version of it, labeled and shaped. And philosophers still argue whether post-structuralism is a liberation or a linguistic trapdoor. Does it free us to question authority, or leave us stuck in endless interpretation spirals? If everything's context, is anything solid? You lie here now, feeling the text of your own life blur a little. Your memories, your identity, your truths. Are they stable? Or stories you've told yourself so often, they've hardened like stone? Maybe tonight, you let one of them soften. Because when meaning moves, so can you. The meanings slip and sway, but somehow you're still here, watching it all with a quiet smile. So now, we ask a deeper question, not about the world, but about you. Who's doing this watching? Welcome to Phenomenology, where philosophy gets personal, really personal. Instead of starting with abstract theories or the laws of physics, phenomenology begins with experience itself. Not the thing you're looking at, but what it's like to look, to feel, to notice, to be. Imagine sitting at a window with a cup of tea. Phenomenology doesn't ask what tea is made of. It asks, what's it like to drink it? What's it like to hear the rain through glass? To feel warmth in your hands, to sense your own awareness glowing quietly beneath it all. Mainstream philosophy credits Edmund Husserl with starting this movement. He wanted to bracket out assumptions and get to the raw data of consciousness. Experience before judgment. Think of it like removing your glasses and asking, what do I really see? Quirky tidbit. Husserl's student Martin Heidegger took this even further, turning phenomenology into an exploration of being itself. He asked not just what it feels like to live, but what it means to exist. Casual, right? And philosophers still argue whether phenomenology is a fresh path, or just another labyrinth. Can you really get to pure experience? Or are you always coloring it with memory, bias, and language? Is awareness a lens or a mirror? You lie here now, turning gently inward. You're not looking at anything. You're just aware of warmth, of breath, of being. And maybe that's the miracle. Not that the world exists, but that you get to feel it from the inside. You're inside yourself now, not trapped, but tuned. Phenomenology opened the door, and tonight you walk straight through into a question even older than questions. What does it mean to be? Welcome to ontology, the branch of philosophy that studies being itself. Not what things are made of or how they work, but whether they exist, why they exist, and what existence even is. It sounds simple at first. That exists. This is real. But dig even slightly, and the ground wobbles. Does a unicorn exist? Not physically, but maybe conceptually. Does a number exist? An idea? A memory? You start realizing that being comes in flavors. Concrete, abstract, temporary, eternal. Mainstream ontology asks questions like, what kinds of things can exist? Do objects persist over time or flicker like illusions? Is nothingness real, or just the absence of something? And then there's Heidegger, who didn't just ask about beings. He asked about being with a capital B. He said most of us are so caught up in things that we forget the miracle, that anything is at all. His famous phrase, "Why is there something rather than nothing?" still rattles through lecture halls, late-night walks, and existential dread spirals. Quirky tidbit, Heidegger described human existence as Dasein, or being there. You're not just a being. You're the kind of being that notices being, that asks, that wonders. You're not just in the world. You're awake inside it. And philosophers still argue what counts as real. Are we discovering reality or inventing it? Does existence require a mind to observe it? Can something exist in total isolation? You lie here now, blinking softly into the dark. You don't need proof that you exist. You're already here. And maybe tonight, that's the most astonishing thing of all, that you are, and somehow, that's enough. You are. You exist. That much feels steady, like a pulse under layers of thought. But tonight, we stretch that pulse across time and ask, is the self that woke up this morning the same as the one lying here now? Welcome to the eerie hall of personal identity, where the mirror always looks back a little differently. The question is simple. What makes you, you? Is it your memories, your body, your name, your continuity of thought? Imagine this. Every cell in your body replaces itself over time. Your personality shifts. Your beliefs evolve. So see, who's holding the thread? John Locke, that wig-wearing Enlightenment VIP, argued that memory is the key. If you remember being a certain person, you are that person. But problems creep in fast. What about forgotten childhoods? Blackouts? Do you stop being you when memory glitches? Then there's the teletransportation paradox. You step into a sci-fi transporter that copies you atom by atom and reassembles you somewhere else. Is that still you? Or did you just die, replaced by a replica who thinks they're you? Mainstream philosophers can't stop arguing about this. Some cling to the idea of a core self. Others say identity is more like a story we rewrite every day, continuous only because we want it to be. Quirky tidbit. Derek Parfit, a major thinker on identity, eventually decided that the question, "Am I the same person tomorrow?" doesn't have a clear answer. And rather than panic, he found peace in it. He said, "My life matters less, and that's not a bad thing." You lie still now, feeling your day blur into the present. The you that brushed your teeth, the you that laughed hours ago, the you that will wake up tomorrow. Maybe you're not a solid thing. Maybe you're a rhythm. And maybe the song continues, even as the notes change. You feel like a rhythm now, soft, steady, shifting in slow time. So let's take that music and stretch it across the vastest landscape there is, the future. Because tonight we ask, what responsibility do you owe to people who don't even exist yet? Welcome to long-termism, the growing idea that our moral duty may lie not just with those around us, but with the countless unknowable people who might come after. Think of it this way. Humanity could survive for millions of years, billions even. If so, then the vast majority of human lives haven't been lived yet. And if their lives matter as much as ours, shouldn't we act in ways that protect their chance to exist? Mainstream ethics is starting to take this seriously. Climate change, artificial intelligence, nuclear risk. These aren't just present problems. They're potential history-ending events. And if the stakes are that high, then focusing only on short-term gain may be a moral disaster. Quirky tidbit. Some long-termists joke that future people are like invisible roommates. They don't pay rent, but they might sue us later for trashing the place. Not a bad way to frame it when you're throwing away batteries. And philosophers still argue, how far do our responsibilities stretch? How can we weigh the needs of the unborn against those alive now? What if our guesses about the future are way off? And is it even possible to care deeply about people who haven't been born? You lie here now, letting your thoughts drift to a time long after you're gone. A child under a violet sky. A hand writing a poem on a new kind of paper. Someone laughing at a joke you'll never hear. Maybe they'll never know you are here, but maybe you shaped their world anyway. The violet sky fades, and you're back here, still, quiet, folded into the present. But a strange feeling lingers, the sense that your choices ripple forward. So now, we flip the lens. What if your ethics were a formula, one designed to scale? Welcome to utilitarianism, where the best action is the one that produces the greatest good for the greatest number. Simple, right? You have one moral job: maximize happiness and minimize suffering. No divine rules, no golden tablets, just pleasure in one hand, pain in the other, and a giant cosmic calculator. Jeremy Bentham, the powdered, wigged pioneer of this view, even proposed a hedonic calculus, a system to literally measure the moral weight of outcomes. Like, if we throw this surprise birthday party, how many units of happiness will it generate, and for how long? Yes, he was very serious, and slightly terrifying at parties. Mainstream philosophy finds utilitarianism both seductive and slippery. It's clean, quantifiable, perfect for policy, healthcare, even AI decision-making. But there are problems. What if causing one person great pain brings joy to many others? What if the math doesn't feel fair? Quirky tidbit. John Stuart Mill later refined the theory, arguing that some pleasures are better than others. Reading Shakespeare beats eating 10 pies. He called them higher pleasures, though honestly, a warm pie still scores pretty high. And philosophers still argue whether we can really measure happiness, or if utilitarianism turns people into mere means to an end. Can morality be boiled down to math? Should it? You lie still now, remembering moments you made someone smile, times you avoided hurting someone, even if they'd never know. Maybe you're not a calculator. Maybe you're a kind of compass. And maybe happiness isn't a number. It's the quiet light you leave behind. The quiet light glows gently behind you now, like a lamp left on for someone you'll never meet. But what if there were rules, fixed, inviolable rules, guiding how we should act, no matter the outcome? Tonight, we step into the sharply tailored world of deontology. If utilitarianism asks, what will happen if I do this? Deontology asks, is this the right thing to do in itself? And no one wore this question harder than Immanuel Kant. Tall, punctual, morally rigid as marble. He believed some actions are just wrong, always, no exceptions. Lying? Still wrong, even to save a life. Because for Kant, morality isn't about results, it's about duty. He introduced the categorical imperative, a test for whether your action is moral. Act only on that maxim you could will to become a universal law. Translation? Before you lie, ask yourself, could everyone do this all the time? If not, don't do it. End of story. Mainstream philosophers admire deontology's clarity, its refusal to fudge or wiggle for convenience. It's about respect, treating people not as tools, but as ends in themselves, even when it's hard. Quirky tidbit? Kant was so obsessively routine that neighbors could set their clocks by his daily walk. Imagine the pressure of being morally consistent and punctual every day for decades. And philosophers still argue, is deontology too rigid? What if you have to lie to protect someone? What if telling the truth leads to disaster? Are outcomes really irrelevant? You lie here now feeling your own tiny code of honor. The promises you keep even when no one's watching. The lines you don't cross, not for reward, but because they matter to you. Maybe ethics isn't a scale or a spreadsheet. Maybe it's a vow whispered into the dark, and kept anyway. That whispered vow lingers in your chest, like something warm and weightless at the same time. But tonight, you step out of laws and formulas and into the garden of character. Because now we ask, what kind of person are you becoming? Welcome to virtue ethics, where morality isn't about rules or consequences. It's about who you are when no one's grading you. This isn't about doing the right thing. It's about being the right kind of person. Honest, courageous, generous, patient. Not because a chart told you to, but because it's who you've become. Aristotle, the toga-clad champion of this approach, believed the virtue is built through habit. You're not born brave. You practice bravery until it becomes natural. Every choice is a step toward your future self. He called it eudaimonia, a rich Greek word that's usually translated as flourishing or living well. Not happy like giggles and cake, but happy like deep fulfillment, like tending a lifelong garden. Mainstream philosophers admire virtue ethics for its nuance. It acknowledges moral complexity, that good character is often about balance, not extremes. Courage isn't recklessness. Honesty isn't cruelty. It's about hitting the golden mean, the right amount, at the right time, in the right way. Quirky tidbit. Aristotle thought friendship was one of the highest virtues and believed a good friend helps shape your own character. So technically, every group chat is a moral workshop, or moral chaos, depending on who's texting. And philosophers still argue, is virtue too vague to guide us? What if two good people would make opposite choices? Can we trust our habits to build a good life? Or are we just rehearsing flaws? You lie here now, thinking of the traits you reach for instinctively, the kindness you've practiced, the courage you didn't know you had. Maybe you're not aiming for perfection. Maybe you're just learning how to grow. You're growing gently, without force, like ivy climbing a quiet wall. But now, the night asks a deeper question. Is goodness a thing you choose, or something the universe is wired for? Tonight, you wander into natural law theory, the idea that morality isn't invented but discovered. According to natural law, right and wrong aren't just social agreements or personal vibes. They're embedded in the structure of the world. Just like gravity or seasons or the fact that cats always land on their feet, there's a natural order, and we, as rational beings, are meant to align with it. Thomas Aquinas, that old friend from Section 50, was big on this. He believed humans are born with reason, and that this reason helps us grasp moral law the same way we grasp math. Stealing, lying, harming others, it's not just socially frowned upon, it violates the very grain of being human. Mainstream thinkers treat natural law with a mix of admiration and caution. It offers a powerful foundation for rights, justice, and dignity. But critics worry it blurs the line between is and ought. Just because something's natural doesn't mean it's right. After all, nature includes hurricanes and bears who eat their young. Quirky tidbit. Some modern natural law theorists argue that even flourishing on social media should follow natural moral principles. Yes, even your DMs might have a metaphysical obligation to be kind. And philosophers still argue, what exactly is natural? Who defines it? Can we really read moral truth in biology, or are we just dressing instincts in ethical robes? You lie here now, listening to the quiet order of your own body. Breath in, breath out. A heart that never needed to be told to beat. Maybe the good isn't just out there, waiting to be chosen. Maybe it's already inside you, waiting to be remembered. You rest now in the echo of natural rhythms, breath, pulse, intention. But tonight, we leave the order of law behind and wander into a place where rules vanish, and every person holds the key to their own moral world. Welcome to moral relativism, where right and wrong are not carved in stone, but written softly in sand in different languages. Moral relativism says that there's no universal moral truth. What's right for one culture, person, or era might not be right for another, and that's okay. Morality is shaped by upbringing, history, belief, and sometimes convenience. In one place, eating with your hands is rude. In another, it's the respectful norm. One culture values modesty. Another celebrates boldness. One person may believe in absolute loyalty to family. Another might put personal freedom first. According to relativism, none of them are objectively wrong, just different. Mainstream philosophy is deeply torn about this. On one hand, relativism promotes tolerance, understanding before judging. On the other hand, it gets tricky fast. If everything is relative, how do you criticize injustice? Can you ever say, that's wrong, without imposing your own lens? Quirky tidbit. Some anthropologists became so committed to cultural relativism, they refused to condemn anything, even human sacrifice, without understanding its cultural context. Makes for fascinating fieldwork and extremely awkward dinner parties. And philosophers still argue, is relativism moral humility or moral cowardice? Does it help us see others more clearly or prevent us from standing for anything at all? You lie here now, thinking of a time you believed something completely and later changed your mind. Were you wrong then? Or just someone else? Maybe morality isn't one unchanging truth. Maybe it's a conversation across time and cultures, and maybe tonight you're allowed to listen before you decide. You've listened, softly, patiently, as morals blurred and bent across cultures and time. But now, something stirs in the dark, playful and defiant. A voice that asks, what if morality isn't found or built, but laughed at? Welcome to moral nihilism, where nothing is sacred, and meaning gets a sarcastic shrug. Moral nihilism claims that nothing is inherently right or wrong, not because we haven't figured it out yet, but because morality itself is a human invention, like currency, or fashion, or polite coughing in awkward silences. To a nihilist, all moral systems are just stories. Useful, sometimes. Beautiful, sure. But ultimately, arbitrary. There's no moral law written in the stars. No cosmic thumbs up or divine scoreboard. Just a vast, indifferent universe, and people pretending their values are permanent. Mainstream philosophers often treat moral nihilism like a philosophical ghost, haunting but difficult to grasp fully. It doesn't give you tools to live better, just a broom to sweep away everything others say matters. Quirky tidbit? The stereotype of the teenage nihilist quoting Nietzsche in a trench coat is only half wrong. Nietzsche wasn't actually a moral nihilist. He was reacting to it. He feared that without shared values, society would collapse into meaninglessness. His answer wasn't to give up, but to create new values from within. And philosophers still argue whether nihilism is honest realism or emotional surrender. Does rejecting morality free us from hypocrisy, or does it hollow us out? If nothing matters, why do we still feel like some things do? You lie here now, thinking of the beliefs you've dropped, the causes you've questioned, the truths you've stripped down to silence. And yet, here you are, still caring, still wondering. Maybe nihilism is a doorway, not a dead end. And on the other side, something waits to be rebuilt. You've stood at the edge of meaning and stared into the void, and the void politely didn't respond. But tonight, instead of giving up, we reach for something stranger, something smaller, more human, more absurd. Welcome to Albert Camus and the myth of Sisyphus, where meaning doesn't come from answers, but from defiance. Camus, a chain-smoking existential French-Algerian icon, didn't believe life had inherent meaning. He called existence absurd, a collision between our desperate search for purpose and a universe that offers none. So what do you do with that? Camus offered us a model, Sisyphus, doomed to roll a boulder up a hill forever, only for it to tumble down again. No reward, no escape, just repetition. But here's the twist. Camus says, we must imagine Sisyphus happy, not because he's deluded, but because he's aware. He sees the absurdity and chooses to live anyway. The boulder doesn't break him, it becomes him. Mainstream philosophers call Camus the philosopher of the absurd, not because he mocked meaning, but because he refused to fake it. He believed in clear eyes, steady hands, and rebellion in the face of futility. Quirky tidbit. Camus won the Nobel Prize for Literature at 44, crashed his car at 46, and had a return train ticket in his coat pocket. He once called suicide the only serious philosophical question, but ultimately rejected it in favor of living without illusion. And philosophers still argue, is defiance enough? Is it noble, or just stubborn? If the universe doesn't care, should we? Or is caring anyway the most heroic act of all? You lie here now, thinking of your own boulders, the routines, the quiet disappointments, the little joys that sneak in anyway. Maybe there is no final meaning, but maybe meaning is how you push. You feel the weight of that boulder now, familiar, even comforting. The rhythm of effort, the quiet in between. But tonight, the ground shifts again, because we're not asking what life means. We're asking, does anything exist at all? Welcome to solipsism, the unsettling idea that maybe the only thing you can be sure exists is you. Solipsism begins with a simple observation. All your experiences, touch, sight, thought, happen inside your mind. You've never directly touched reality. You've only ever touched your own perception of it. So what if there is nothing else? What if everyone else is a dream, a simulation, a brilliant illusion played back to your lonely consciousness? Mainstream philosophers mostly treat solipsism as a logical dead end, a thought experiment rather than a belief system. Sure, you can't prove anyone else exists, but you also can't function if you believe it. Try apologizing to a hallucination. Still, the question haunts the background of every philosophical system. How do I know what I think I know? Quirky tidbit. The 17th century philosopher René Descartes is often blamed for inspiring solipsism. His famous line, "I think, therefore I am," was meant to prove that thinking confirmed his existence. But critics pointed out he never actually got around to proving anything else existed. And philosophers still argue whether solipsism is useful clarity or intellectual narcissism. Some say it's a clever reminder that perception is limited. Others warn it's a shortcut to alienation, a denial of all relationship and trust. You lie here now, feeling the strange intimacy of your own mind. Every voice you've heard, every face you've loved, exists here, behind your eyes. Is it all real? You may never know, but maybe that's okay, because even if this world is a dream, it's one worth dreaming well. The dream drifts on, and you float with it, calm, weightless, unbothered by what's real or not. But just as you begin to relax fully into the solipsist spell, philosophy taps your shoulder and asks, "But what if the whole world is a simulation?" Welcome to simulation theory, the eerily modern cousin of solipsism, updated with pixel shaders and math. Here's the basic idea. If advanced civilizations can run highly detailed simulations of conscious beings, and if they would run lots of them, then statistically, it's far more likely we're inside a simulation than at the original base level of reality. Yeah, that's the theory. You lying there in bed, you might be code in someone's cosmic computer lab, still sleepy, but now digitized. Mainstream philosophers didn't take this seriously until they did. Nick Bostrom's 2003 paper argued that one of three things must be true. 1. Civilizations never reach simulation-level tech. 2. They do, but lose interest in running ancestor simulations. 3. We're probably living in one. Quirky tidbit. Elon Musk famously said there's a 1 in billions chance we're not in a simulation. He may have been half joking. Maybe. Hopefully. And philosophers still argue whether this theory is testable or just techno-paranoia in a shiny coat. Some say we'll eventually find glitches, mathematical limits that betray the illusion. Others say a perfect simulation would never reveal itself. After all, would you program your NPCs to discover they're not real? You lie still now, sensing the artificial hum of existence, the consistency of gravity, the oddly specific flavor of strawberries, the déjà vu that lingers a bit too long. Is it real or rendered? Maybe the simulation theory isn't about proving anything. Maybe it's a reminder that everything you experience is filtered, constructed, interpreted, and still, it feels beautiful. You breathe in, letting the simulated air, real or not, fill your very real feeling lungs. But now, instead of zooming out to question reality, we zoom in, deep, into the heart of being itself. Because tonight, we ask, what if everything is made of one thing, and that thing is divine? Welcome to pantheism, the belief that God is not separate from the universe, but is the universe. Every rock, star, blade of grass, algorithm, and awkward conversation, all part of one infinite sacred whole. To a pantheist, the cosmos isn't a creation of God. It is God, not a bearded overseer in the sky, but the underlying essence of all that exists. You, me, that squeaky floorboard, all divine, all connected. Spinoza, our earlier dual aspect friend, is the heavyweight here. He spoke of God or nature as interchangeable. He was excommunicated for it, of course, because nothing ruffles feathers like rebranding God as everything and nothing at once. Mainstream philosophy has long wrestled with pantheism. It's spiritually charged, but intellectually precise. It dodges the issue of a personal deity while keeping the sacredness of existence intact. And it offers a kind of cosmic intimacy. You are not near the divine, you are within it. Quirky tidbit. Einstein famously said he believed in Spinoza's God, a God who reveals itself in the lawful harmony of the universe, not one who listens to prayers or tracks your browser history. And philosophers still argue. Is pantheism a genuine metaphysical position, or just poetic atheism with better branding? Can God be impersonal and meaningful? Can the sacred be everything without becoming nothing? You lie here now, sensing the pulse beneath all things, the breeze outside, the stars overhead, your breath syncing with something ancient and wide. Maybe divinity isn't somewhere else. Maybe it's this. You rest now in that wide, soft this, the hum of existence wrapped in mystery. But as you drift, a thought tiptoes in. What if it's not the world that's divine, but your experience of it? Tonight, you slip into the quietly mystical world of panentheism, not to be confused with pantheism, though it sounds like its jazzier cousin. Panentheism says, God is in everything, but also beyond it. The universe is part of God, like a melody is part of a song, but not the whole song. So yes, the tree is sacred, the breeze too. But the divine also stretches beyond what can be seen, named, or held. It's the infinite inside the finite. Mainstream thinkers appreciate panentheism for its attempt to bridge theism. God is separate and above. With pantheism, God is identical to the world. It offers intimacy and transcendence. You're within the divine, and it's within you, but it's also far more than you'll ever fully grasp. Quirky tidbit? Some modern physicists and theologians have playfully speculated whether panentheism aligns with quantum theory, the idea that unseen forces shape what's observed, and that the act of observation is part of the system. God as the observer, participant, and beyond. That's a divine triple threat. And philosophers still argue. Is panentheism meaningful or just mystical vagueness? If God is both immanent and transcendent, is that deep or just confusing? Can you pray to a God who is also inside a carrot? You lie here now, feeling the edges of your awareness blur into something larger, a kind of presence, not loud, not personal, but undeniably there, in your breath, in your bones, in this pause between thoughts. Maybe what's beyond you is also inside you, and maybe that's the most intimate mystery of all. You've touched the divine in and beyond yourself, and now, gently, the mystery thickens, like fog curling over still water. Because tonight, the question isn't what God is, but why we keep searching for one at all. Welcome to existential theology, where God isn't a given, but a choice made under pressure. Existential theologians don't start with creeds or scriptures. They start with you, a fragile, thinking, yearning creature tossed into a confusing world. And in that world, meaning isn't handed down. It's something you must forge, often while wrestling with doubt, dread, and a stubborn cosmic silence. Søren Kierkegaard, the brooding Danish grandfather of existentialism, described faith as a leap, not a step, a terrifying irrational leap over the abyss of reason. You'll never be sure, you'll never have proof, but you choose anyway, not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. Mainstream philosophy treats existential theology like a haunted house with velvet walls. It's deeply emotional, radically honest, and unapologetically uncertain. It doesn't ask you to explain God. It asks whether you'll reach for something beyond yourself, even when it might not reach back. Quirky tidbit? Kierkegaard wrote under multiple pseudonyms, each with its own tone and outlook, basically creating a whole philosophical multiverse of characters who sometimes disagreed with himself. Peak introvert energy. And philosophers still argue, is faith without certainty noble or reckless? Is existential theology a beautiful surrender, or just philosophy in religious cosplay? Can belief survive without answers? You lie here now, holding the questions like stones warmed by fire. You don't need them to disappear. You don't need the sky to part. You just need the quiet courage to stay with the search. Maybe faith isn't certainty. Maybe it's showing up. Heart open, hands shaking. You're still here, quiet, questioning, oddly comforted by your own uncertainty. But now the night shifts, and we step out of metaphysics and into motion. Because tonight, philosophy isn't a thought, it's an act. Welcome to pragmatism, the American-grown belief that truth isn't what's eternal, it's what works. Pragmatists care less about abstract ideals and more about outcomes. Does this idea help us live better? Does it lead to good results? If yes, then it's useful. And if it's useful, maybe that's all true needs to mean. William James, a philosopher and psychologist with a moustache for the ages, put it this way: truth happens to an idea. It becomes true, is made true by events. In other words, truth isn't discovered like treasure. It's forged like a tool. Mainstream philosophers like that pragmatism grounds ideas in real life. It's like taking Plato's forms and saying, cool theory, but how does it help me survive Tuesday? Pragmatism turns philosophy into a toolbox, not a museum. Quirky tidbit. Charles Sanders Peirce, one of pragmatism's founders, originally wanted to call it pragmaticism because he thought pragmatism was getting too trendy. Yes, he made it less catchy on purpose, iconic. And philosophers still argue, does this make truth too subjective? If truth depends on usefulness, what happens when what's useful changes? Or when what works for one person hurts another? You lie here now, thinking of the ideas you've kept not because they were perfect, but because they helped. A belief that calms you, a principle that steered you, a hunch that kept you going. Maybe the best truths aren't carved in stone. Maybe they're carried in your pocket, light, worn, and ready. The truth in your pocket feels warm now, used, lived in, like something you didn't just think about, but walked with. But tonight, we step deeper, past practicality, past logic, into the flickering glow of the unsayable. Welcome to mysticism, where philosophy folds into silence. Mysticism isn't about proving things. It's about experiencing something so vast, so immediate. It goes beyond words. Not metaphor, not metaphorical. A direct, overwhelming sense of unity, of oneness, of melting into the all. Every tradition has its mystics. Christian monks describing divine light, Sufi poets spinning into God, Zen masters pointing at the moon and saying nothing. They don't argue for God. They dissolve into the moment, and they tend to speak in paradoxes, because ordinary language just can't hold what they're trying to say. Mainstream philosophers have always been a little twitchy about mysticism, too fuzzy, too emotional, too much incense. But even hardcore rationalists admit there's something compelling about people across cultures reporting similar ecstatic, boundary-dissolving experiences. Quirky tidbit: Philosopher and psychologist William James, yes, him again, wrote that mystical states are marked by ineffability, noetic quality, transience, and passivity. Translation: they're impossible to describe, feel deeply true, don't last long, and happen to you, like a spiritual lightning strike. And philosophers still argue. Are these states glimpses of ultimate reality, or just neurological fireworks? Is the unity real, or a poetic hallucination? Is silence depth, or just blank space? You lie here now, not needing answers, just resting in a kind of hush, a widening, a soft presence that isn't trying to be understood. Maybe not everything is meant to be known. Maybe some truths just arrive, like breath, like stillness, like this. You lie within that stillness now, where words dissolve into breath and ideas hum without speaking. But even here, something stirs, a quiet urge to create, not from certainty, but from chaos. Tonight, you step into the whimsical, disobedient world of postmodernism. If modernism was about structure, truth, and grand theories, postmodernism is the teenager who rolled its eyes and said, "Okay, but who decided that?" It questions everything: objectivity, authority, narrative, especially the idea that there's one correct way to view the world. Postmodern thinkers like Lyotard, Baudrillard, and Derrida argued that we live in a sea of symbols, floating signifiers with no permanent anchor. Meaning is always shifting. Identity is a construct. Even truth, a negotiation, not a destination. Mainstream philosophy still flinches a little around postmodernism. It's clever but slippery, deep but difficult. Some praise it for exposing bias in objective systems. Others say it leaves us stuck in irony, unable to build anything at all. Quirky tidbit: Jean Baudrillard claimed we now live in a hyperreality, a world of simulations more real than reality. Like Instagram filters, reality TV, and curated identities online. It's not that we're fooled, it's that we prefer the illusion. And philosophers still argue: is postmodernism liberating or paralyzing? Does it help us see through false certainties, or just leave us spinning in self-aware confusion? Can you really live without a story? You lie here now, thinking of the stories you've inherited, the ones you've questioned, the ones you've reshaped just by living differently. Maybe there is no ultimate narrative. Maybe there's just your way through the fragments. And maybe that's not brokenness. Maybe that's art. The fragments shimmer now, no longer broken, just rearranged. A mosaic made of you. But tonight, we shift again, towards something stubbornly honest. Something that stares life in the face and says, "So what are you going to do about it?" Welcome to existentialism, where meaning isn't found. It's chosen, day by day, by you. Existentialism says, the universe is silent. There's no built-in purpose, no cosmic script. But far from despair, this is a freedom so vast it's terrifying. You must create your values, define your essence, accept responsibility for your existence. Jean-Paul Sartre, cool in both intellect and sunglasses, called this anguish, not because life is awful, but because it's yours. He said, "Man is nothing else but what he makes of himself." There's no excuse, not even being born into the wrong century or wrong breakfast cereal. Mainstream philosophers admire existentialism's courage. It doesn't sugarcoat reality. It honors the rawness of choice. It sees anxiety not as a flaw, but as a feature of freedom. Quirky tidbit: Simone de Beauvoir, existentialist queen and Sartre's intellectual equal and often superior, took these ideas into feminism. She said, "One is not born, but rather becomes a woman," pointing out that freedom must be lived, not just theorized. And philosophers still argue, is existentialism empowering or crushing? Can you really build meaning from scratch? Or do we always borrow from the world around us? Is freedom a gift or a burden? You lie here now feeling that strange mix, exhilaration and weight. You've made choices today. You'll make more tomorrow. And each one, tiny or loud, is a brushstroke on the canvas that is you. Maybe meaning isn't waiting out there. Maybe it's blooming inside you every time you choose. You lie quietly now, not in fear of freedom, but wrapped in it, like a blanket sewn from every choice you've ever made. But as you drift, a thought floats in. If I'm so free, why does life still feel so tangled? Tonight, we slip into the spirals of critical theory, where philosophy meets power and asks, who's really benefiting from the way things are? Critical theory doesn't just want to understand the world, it wants to change it. Developed by the Frankfurt School in the 20th century, it examines how systems, capitalism, media, language, even education, shape consciousness and uphold inequality. It says what we call normal might actually be constructed, and those constructions often serve the interests of the powerful. Mainstream thinkers take critical theory seriously, especially its critiques of ideology. It opened the door for feminism, post-colonial theory, race theory, and queer theory to challenge dominant narratives. You start seeing things not as natural, but as historically arranged. Quirky tidbit? Theodor Adorno once argued that pop culture, yes, your favorite shows, weren't expressions of freedom, but tools of control. The culture industry, he called it. Harsh, but then again, he never watched The Good Place. And philosophers still argue, does critical theory uncover hidden truths, or just replace one dogma with another? Can you critique a system while still living inside it? Is everything really about power? You lie here now, thinking of the invisible rules you followed, the roles you've inherited, the shoulds that never felt quite right. Maybe critical theory doesn't give you an answer. Maybe it gives you a flashlight. And maybe tonight, that's enough. To start seeing the shape of the cage, so you can begin to bend the bars. The flashlight flickers now, not because it's failing, but because you're starting to see in the dark. And what you see isn't just systems or symbols, but suffering. Tonight, we don't turn away. We turn toward it. Welcome to Philosophy of Suffering, the raw, restless attempt to make sense of the pain that runs through every human life. Why do we suffer? Is there meaning in it? Or is suffering just the price of consciousness? Buddhist philosophy teaches that suffering, dukkha, is inescapable. It arises from craving, from clinging to things that are always changing. The path forward isn't to erase suffering, but to transform your relationship with it. Observe, accept, let go. Meanwhile, Western philosophy often frames suffering as something to endure, explain, or redeem. Think of Nietzsche, who famously said, "To live is to suffer, to survive is to find some meaning in the suffering." His twist? Suffering isn't just a problem. It can be a forge. Mainstream philosophy recognizes suffering as one of its thorniest threads. Can we find dignity in pain? Can we reduce suffering without becoming numb? And do we need suffering to fully appreciate joy? Quirky tidbit. The Stoics believed in a kind of suffering jujitsu. They practiced imagining terrible scenarios ahead of time so they wouldn't be shaken when hardship arrived. Marcus Aurelius basically invented anxiety-proof journaling, and philosophers still argue, should we resist suffering or accept it? Is pain a glitch in the human system or part of the design? What if suffering has no lesson, just presence? You lie here now, holding your own quiet ache. Maybe it's old, maybe it's new, but it's real. And maybe tonight, you don't need to fix it. Just breathe with it. Just let it be seen. You're breathing with it now, the ache, the stillness, the honesty of being alive. But tonight, let's look closer at a strange, familiar force that often fuels that ache, confuses your peace, and clutters your freedom. Let's talk about desire. Desire is the flicker behind almost everything you do. A tug toward pleasure, a push away from boredom. It shapes your plans, your mistakes, your midnight snacks. But philosophy keeps asking, what is desire really? A gift? A trap? An engine? An illusion? Plato saw desire as unruly, a wild horse pulling the soul off course. For him, wisdom meant mastering desire, aiming it toward higher forms like beauty, truth, and virtue. Desire was fine, if you could steer it. Then came Freud, who dove headfirst into the messy depths. He said, we're built from tangled, unconscious desires, some awkward, some unnameable, all powerful. For Freud, desire isn't rational. It's you behind the mask. Mainstream philosophy, especially in the 20th century, grew obsessed with desire. Thinkers like Deleuze and Guattari described it as a productive force, not just a lack or hunger. Desire doesn't just want, it builds. It's creative, chaotic, alive. Quirky tidbit, Schopenhauer, grumpy but brilliant, believed desire was the root of all suffering. He thought the best life was one where desire is extinguished. Basically, enlightenment cancel all plans. And philosophers still argue, should we follow our desires or tame them? Are we made by what we want or imprisoned by it? Can we ever be satisfied? You lie here now feeling those subtle pulls inside you, longing, curiosity, restlessness, some fleeting, some ancient. Maybe desire isn't a flaw. Maybe it's the signal that you're still reaching, still imagining, still becoming. You feel it now, that gentle reaching, desire like a thread, pulling you forward, not with urgency, but with possibility. But tonight, we tilt the question again. If desire drives you, then who or what are you? Welcome to the shape-shifting puzzle of the self. You say I all the time. I think. I feel. I should have ordered fries. But what exactly is that I? A soul, a brain pattern, a convenient label for whatever string of experiences just happened to land here. Ancient Hindu philosophy speaks of the Atman, a true self, eternal and identical with Brahman, the divine. In that view, the self isn't just yours. It is the universe peeking through your eyes. Descartes tried to find the self through doubt. I think, therefore I am. But some argue he only proved that thought exists, not necessarily a thinker behind it. Then there's David Hume, who got spooky. He said, when he looked inside, he found no self, only a bundle of perceptions, thoughts, feelings, sensations, but no solid me beneath them. Mainstream philosophers haven't stopped chasing this. Some say the self is narrative. You're a story you keep telling. Others say it's neurological, a pattern in the brain. And some say the self is an illusion altogether, like a rainbow made of consciousness. Quirky tidbit? In some forms of Buddhism, fully realizing the non-self, anatta, is considered a path to freedom. If there's no permanent you to cling to, there's nothing to defend, nothing to fear. And philosophers still argue, is the self real or a trick of memory, a center or just a swirl? And if it is an illusion, why does it feel so personal? You lie here now, sensing your mind quiet, your body soft, your thoughts drifting by. Maybe you're not a thing to find. Maybe you're a space where life happens. You're a space now, open, quiet, alive with whatever floats through. Not a fixed thing, but a kind of weather, a gentle presence. And tonight, we let that presence ask, what's it all pointing to? Is there a direction, a destination? Welcome to teleology, the philosophical idea that everything might have a purpose. From the Greek telos, meaning end or goal, teleology asks whether things exist for something, not just how they work, but why they are. Does the heart beat to circulate blood? Does a tree grow to reach the sun? Does anything in the universe have an intended direction? Aristotle was big on this. He believed everything in nature had a purpose, an intrinsic end. An acorn's purpose, to become an oak. A knife's purpose, to cut. A human's purpose, to reason, flourish, and become excellent. And occasionally, stress over emails. Mainstream philosophy still dips into teleology, especially in ethics and biology. But science tends to resist it, preferring explanations based on cause, not goal. Evolution, for example, isn't directed toward better. It just selects for survival. No finish line, just adaptation. Quirky tidbit. Even modern machines flirt with teleology. A robot vacuum wants to clean the room. A GPS wants to get you home. We assign purpose instinctively, even to things that have none. And philosophers still argue, is teleology just projection? Are we finding patterns where there are none? Or is there something deep in nature that yearns forward, subtly, stubbornly? You lie here now, thinking of the things that drew you forward, the moments that felt meaningful without explanation, the quiet pull towards something you can't name, but trust. Maybe life doesn't have a grand purpose. Maybe it has small ones. Tiny lights that flicker on when you move toward what matters. You follow those tiny lights now, soft, glowing, impossible to map, but they feel real. So real. And tonight, we ask, what if what matters can't be proven, but must be lived? Step gently into the intimate realm of moral intuitionism. This theory says some moral truths aren't learned or calculated. You just know them, like how you don't need a seminar to feel that cruelty is wrong. You feel it in your gut, in your spine, in the quiet no your body gives before your brain catches up. Moral intuitionists argue that certain ethical principles are self-evident, like mathematical axioms, but softer. Things like, it's wrong to harm others unnecessarily, or kindness is good, not because you were taught them, because they resonate. Mainstream philosophy both loves and side-eyes this. On one hand, intuition is fast, universal feeling, and surprisingly consistent across cultures. On the other, it's unreliable. Bias wears intuition like a cape. Prejudice often feels true. So how do you separate wisdom from wiring? Quirky tidbit? Philosopher G.E. Moore, who championed intuitionism, also warned of the naturalistic fallacy, thinking you can define good by what's natural. Just because something is doesn't mean it ought to be. A mosquito is natural, still not invited to dinner. And philosophers still argue, are moral intuitions valid tools or emotional reflexes? Can they guide us to truth, or only reflect what our culture wants us to believe? You lie here now, remembering moments you didn't debate, you just knew. The apology you gave, the boundary you set, the hug you offered, not because logic demanded it, but because something in you said, yes, now. Maybe intuition isn't proof. Maybe it's a pulse. And maybe, tonight, that pulse is enough to trust. That pulse hums quietly in you now, not loud like certainty, but steady like breath. But even now, as you drift between ideas and instincts, one final ripple of doubt arrives. What if nothing we've talked about truly captures reality? What if we've been using the wrong language all along? Tonight, we sink into the strange, slippery pool of philosophical skepticism. Skepticism doesn't say, I don't know. It says, can we know anything at all? From ancient Pyrrhonists to modern epistemologists, skeptics have poked holes in every assumption we cling to. Our senses, our memories, even logic itself. The skeptic's whisper is always, what if you're wrong and don't know it? Descartes famously tried to out-skeptic the skeptics. He doubted everything until all that remained was a single thought. I think, therefore I am. But even that thought has been questioned. What if thinking doesn't prove a thinker? Mainstream philosophy can't escape skepticism. It haunts every discussion. Can we trust our perception? Can we ever know what lies beyond our mind? Or are we just tiny lanterns bobbing in a fog, glimpsing only outlines? Quirky tidbit. Sextus Empiricus, a key ancient skeptic, wasn't trying to destroy knowledge. He believed that doubting brought peace. If you admit you don't know, the pressure lifts. You don't have to win, just wonder. And philosophers still argue, is skepticism helpful humility or paralyzing doubt? If we question everything, can we still live? Or does the doubt loop collapse into silence? You lie here now, not afraid of the unknown, not anymore, because maybe the goal isn't to eliminate doubt, but to walk with it. Maybe you don't need all the answers. Maybe you just need the courage to keep asking. You walk with it now, doubt, wonder, the slow rhythm of not knowing. But tonight, you reach something softer. Not an answer, not a rule, but a feeling. Because what if the most important part of philosophy is simply being with others? Welcome to Ethics of Care, where morality isn't an abstract principle or equation. It's a relationship. Care ethics emerged from feminist philosophy, especially the work of Carol Gilligan, who noticed something curious. Traditional ethics, Kant, utilitarianism, etc., focus on justice, duty, rights. But in the real world, people often make moral decisions by considering relationships, empathy, and responsibility to others. In this view, ethics isn't about universal laws. It's about context. It asks, who's vulnerable here? Who needs help? What do love, attention, and presence require in this moment? Mainstream philosophy has slowly embraced care ethics, especially in education, healthcare, and politics. It's a reminder that not all moral dilemmas are courtroom dramas. Some are soup-making, tear-listening, boundary-respecting moments. Quirky tidbit. Care ethics challenges the old philosophical image of the isolated thinker. Instead of a lone brain pondering justice in a tower, it's more like, you're holding a baby, the stove is on, someone's crying, and you're out of milk. Now decide what's right. Less tidy, more real. And philosophers still argue. Is care ethics too soft? Too vague? Can empathy guide justice? Or does it risk bias, favoring those close to us? How do we scale care beyond the people we personally know? You lie here now, thinking of someone you've cared for, someone who's cared for you, not perfectly, not heroically, but enough. Maybe ethics isn't about perfection. Maybe it's about showing up when it matters. And maybe tonight, this is what care feels like. You feel it now, this, the warm imprint of care, not flashy, not loud, just presence. And as you rest in it, philosophy leans closer with one last mystery. What if everything we've pondered, truth, self, meaning, is shaped by language itself? Welcome to Philosophy of Language, where every thought you've had tonight might have depended on words that don't fully work. Philosophers like Ludwig Wittgenstein notice something odd. We assume words reflect reality, but often they shape it. Language is a game, he said. The meaning of a word isn't fixed, it's how it's used. So truth, in science, in love, in a courtroom, all different games, all different rules. Mainstream philosophy now recognizes language not as a passive tool, but as a lens that filters everything. Some even argue we don't just think in language, we think through it. No word, no concept, no thought. Quirky tidbit. The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis suggests that language might limit or expand what you can even think. A culture with no word for future might experience time differently. Some languages have dozens of words for snow. English has one word for love. Greek has at least 6, and philosophers still argue. Can we ever step outside language to see the world directly? Or are we always speaking within a frame we didn't choose? Is truth waiting beyond our vocabulary? Or is it forever woven into grammar? You lie here now, surrounded by words, but none of them fully you. You feel things deeper than language can hold. Maybe that's why lullabies exist, why we hum, why we fall silent, mid-thought, and let meaning shimmer between the lines. Maybe the truest truths aren't spoken. Maybe they're felt and shared, without needing names. You drift now in that shimmering space between words, where thoughts float untethered. But as the edges blur, philosophy offers one last form to hold on to. What if the only thing that truly matters is meaning? Tonight, we glide into the soft, strange glow of logotherapy, Viktor Frankl's philosophy that even in suffering, even in despair, what sustains us is the search for meaning. Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, developed logotherapy after witnessing how different people endured the same horrors in vastly different ways. Those who survived, he noticed, often had one thing in common. They had a reason to keep going, a purpose, a person, a vision of something still worth living for. He called this the will to meaning, a deep human need, even stronger than pleasure or power. And unlike some philosophies that ask, what's the meaning of life? Frankl flipped it. Life is asking you. Mainstream philosophy has gradually embraced his ideas, especially in therapy and resilience studies. Logotherapy isn't about solving the world. It's about answering your corner of it, authentically, personally. Quirky tidbit? Frankl said that meaning could be found in 3 places: creating something, loving someone, or courageously facing suffering. That's it. No epic quest required, just presence, love, and grit. And philosophers still argue, is meaning something we discover or something we invent? Can every life have purpose even in tragedy? What happens when meaning slips away? You lie here now, not with answers, but with glimpses. That time you comforted a friend. The project you never gave up on. The laugh that arrived after a brutal day. Maybe life doesn't owe you meaning. Maybe it gently hands you the pen and says, write it. The pen rests lightly in your hand now. Real or imagined, it doesn't matter. You've written more than you realize. But tonight, as we near the final pages, we ask a subtler question. What if how you perceive the world changes what the world even is? Welcome to Phenomenology, where philosophy doesn't start with systems. It starts with experience. Edmund Husserl, the formal father of this movement, wanted to set aside assumptions and look directly at how things appear to consciousness. Not what is time, but how is time experienced by you here now. He called it the phenomenological reduction, bracketing out judgments and describing experience as it unfolds. And then came Martin Heidegger, who took things further, arguing that we're not isolated minds observing the world. We're being in the world, entangled, embedded. We don't just think, we exist, we care. We encounter meaning before we ever define it. Mainstream philosophy finds phenomenology both rich and elusive. It helped shift focus from abstract reason to lived reality, how you feel time stretch when you're waiting, or shrink when you're joyful, how you walk through space not as geometry, but as possibility. Quirky tidbit. Phenomenology inspired not just philosophy, but architecture, psychotherapy, AI, and even virtual reality design. Anywhere someone asks, what's it like to be here? And philosophers still argue, can we ever truly bracket our assumptions? Or are we always coloring reality with what we already believe? Is experience reliable, or just a polished illusion? You lie here now, not asking what consciousness is, but simply noticing. You're here, in this body, in this breath, the cool of the sheet, the rhythm of the night. Maybe philosophy isn't about escaping experience. Maybe it's about honoring it, fully, quietly, now. Now you lie more deeply in your experience, not watching it like a movie, but moving through it like a dream you half remember. And tonight, we tiptoe into a question so basic, it slips beneath notice. What is time? Welcome to the philosophy of time, where clocks are liars, memory is slippery, and the past, present, and future might all be illusions. Philosophers have long been obsessed with time, but no one unraveled it quite like Augustine, who admitted, I know what time is, until someone asks me. He noticed, the past is memory, the future is expectation, and the present, it vanishes the moment you look at it. So what exactly are we living in? Modern thinkers divide time into two main views. The A theory says time flows. The past is gone. The future doesn't exist yet. And the present is real. The B theory says time doesn't really move. All moments exist equally, like pages in a book, and we're just reading one line at a time. Mainstream science leans B-ward, thanks to Einstein. Relativity shows that time isn't constant. It stretches, bends, slows. Two clocks can tick differently depending on where they are or how fast they move. Yes, technically your phone ages slower on a plane. No, it's not noticeable, yet. Quirky tidbit? Some ancient philosophers believed time was an illusion, created by change. If nothing moved, would there be time at all? that awkward silence during small talk. Maybe that's true time. And philosophers still argue, does time pass, or do we? Is the present moment all that's real? Can you ever fully be in time without being trapped by it? You lie here now, aware of this one stretch of now, soft and unhurried, no hurry for the next tick. Maybe time isn't what moves. Maybe it's what holds you while you move. Time holds you gently now, like hands cupped around a flickering candle. But as it cradles your breath and memory, one final thought lingers. What if none of this is separate? Tonight, you drift into the delicate, intricate folds of non-dualism, where the boundaries between self and other, subject and object, drop away like mist. In non-dual traditions, especially from Advaita Vedanta in India and certain strands of Zen and Taoist philosophy, the core insight is simple but shattering. There is no two, no separate you and the world, no gap between observer and observed, just one seamless, ongoing field of experience. The sense of being an I who looks out at a world of things is seen as the original illusion. Not wrong, exactly, just partial, like mistaking the waves for something separate from the ocean. Mainstream Western philosophers have flirted with non-dualism through phenomenology and deep ecology, but often with hesitation. It resists analysis. It doesn't argue. It just points, often with silence. Quirky tidbit? In many Zen koans, a student asks, "What is the self?" And the master responds by hitting them, laughing, or saying something delightfully unhelpful like, "The cypress tree in the courtyard." Non-dualism doesn't tell, it disrupts, until the illusion crumbles. And philosophers still argue, is non-duality a metaphysical claim or a psychological state? Can the mind really perceive without splitting the world into parts? Is oneness an insight or a feeling? You lie here now feeling your body and the air as not two, your thoughts as clouds in a sky that doesn't argue, the sound of your breath, not yours, but just sound, just breath. Maybe you've never been separate. Maybe there's only this, shifting, shimmering, whole. And maybe that's what you've been remembering all along. The illusion of separation drifts away now, like a curtain lifting to reveal, nothing needing to be revealed. But before the final hush, we pause in one last realm of feeling. So subtle, it often hides behind other names. Tonight, you breathe into the philosophy of awe. Awe isn't just wonder. It's wonder that overwhelms. It strikes when the world suddenly widens, when your sense of self shrinks and the moment grows vast. Cathedrals, galaxies, birth, death, a single leaf trembling in sunlight. Philosophers have long danced around awe without naming it. Kant said the sublime was an experience that both terrifies and elevates us. A mountain too massive, a sky too endless. It makes us feel small, but not diminished, more like properly sized. Modern thinkers and psychologists now explore awe as a moral emotion, one that humbles you and connects you. People feeling awe tend to act with more kindness, more curiosity, more silence. Quirky tidbit? Some studies show that even watching a time-lapse of flowers blooming can trigger awe. It doesn't have to be fireworks. It can be slow, gentle, softly shattering. And philosophers still argue, is awe an emotion or a window into something beyond language? Is it a trick of the brain or a glimpse of the realest thing there is? Can awe be cultivated or only received? You lie here now, remembering your own moments of awe. Maybe it was thunder, a song that cracked you open, the way someone looked at you like you mattered. Maybe awe isn't just something that happens to you. Maybe it's something you notice. And maybe, tonight, noticing is enough. You're noticing now, not just the ideas, but the space between them. And tonight, we approach one of the oldest, gentlest ideas that ever tried to make sense of the world. Harmony. Harmony isn't about perfection. It's about balance. Relationship. The way things fit together, not by force, but by listening. In ancient Chinese philosophy, particularly Taoism, harmony is the natural state of things when nothing is trying too hard. The Tao, the way, flows through everything. You don't conquer it, you align with it. The Tao doesn't demand action. It suggests non-action, wu wei, the art of doing by not doing. Effortless effort. Mainstream philosophy, especially in the West, has often leaned into control, order, logic, systems. Taoism whispers the opposite. The more you grasp, the more things slip away. The river flows best when you stop trying to steer it with a stick. Quirky tidbit: Lao Tzu, the possibly mythical author of the Tao Te Ching, was said to be born with white hair, wise from birth, like he skipped childhood because he already knew how weird life would get. And philosophers still argue, is harmony an ethical goal or just aesthetic? Can it survive in a chaotic world? Is going with the flow wise surrender or quiet defeat? You lie here now, noticing your own breath matching something deeper, your body not pushing, just floating, like it remembers how to be part of the world, not over it, not against it. Maybe harmony isn't something you impose. Maybe it's what's left when you stop resisting. You're not resisting now. You're part of the flow, like a leaf riding the surface of a stream it never asked to join, but somehow belongs in completely. But before the current carries you into dreams, philosophy has one last playful nudge. What if it's all a joke? Tonight, you're stepping softly into philosophical humor. Yes, it's a thing. Philosophy is often seen as serious business. Heavy robes, Latin phrases, existential dread. But tucked inside its pages are some of the driest, oddest, and surprisingly deep laughs you'll ever find. Not despite the seriousness, but because of it. Wittgenstein said, if a lion could speak, we wouldn't understand it. Not just because it's a lion, but because its entire world would be different. Now imagine explaining philosophy to that lion. See? That's a kind of joke. One that spirals inward and says, none of this means what you think it does. Quirky tidbit: the ancient cynics, like Diogenes, used humor as protest. He lived in a barrel, mocked Plato by plucking a chicken, and once lit a lantern in daylight, looking for an honest man. His jokes weren't just funny, they were philosophy in prank form. Mainstream thinkers have slowly warmed up to humor as a valid philosophical tool. It breaks rigidity. It reveals contradictions. It says the emperor might be naked even if the footnotes say otherwise. And philosophers still argue, is humor a form of wisdom? Is it too subjective to be useful? Can a joke do what an argument never could? Make you see differently? You lie here now, remembering the time you laughed mid-crisis. How strange that was. How healing. Maybe the joke didn't solve everything, but it softened the edges. Maybe the universe isn't mocking you. Maybe it's laughing with you, gently, wisely, always. You laugh softly now, not the loud kind, but the kind that warms your ribs and makes the night feel a little lighter. But as we reach the penultimate edge of this long, gentle thought journey, there's one final thread to tug. What if love is the most profound philosophy of all? Not the fluttery romance novel kind, not the urgent dramatic kind, but the steady, ever-expanding kind. The kind that hums beneath logic, beyond ethics, outside time. Philosophers have tried to define love for centuries. Plato saw it as a ladder. Desire begins with the body, but rises to the soul, to beauty itself, to the form of the good. For him, love wasn't just personal. It was a path toward transcendence. Simone Weil, the mystic philosopher, called love attention, the willingness to truly see another being without trying to possess them. No drama, no conditions, just presence. Mainstream philosophy often stumbles around love. It resists definition. It defies measurement. But it shows up everywhere. In ethics, in aesthetics, in politics, even in metaphysics. What is justice without care? What is truth without compassion? Quirky tidbit? In ancient Greek, there were multiple words for love. Eros for desire, philia for friendship, agape for unconditional care, storge for family warmth. English lumps them all into one messy word and still wonders why we're confused. And philosophers still argue, is love rational? Is it choice or compulsion? Can it be universal without being diluted? What does it mean to love well? You lie here now thinking not with your mind, but with your whole being. Someone you've loved. Someone who's loved you. And the simple, unbelievable fact that such a thing is even possible. Maybe love isn't a philosophy. Maybe it's the reason for all of them. You're still here, quiet, whole, suspended in the soft gravity of love and thought. We've wandered through paradoxes, illusions, galaxies of meaning. But now, as the final thoughts drift in, one question glows calmly beneath them all. Can you be at peace with not knowing? Tonight, you return to the wisdom of uncertainty, not as a flaw in your thinking, but as the soil where curiosity grows. Some of the greatest philosophers ended not with answers, but with silence. Socrates, who claimed to know nothing. Lao Tzu, who disappeared into the mountains. Wittgenstein, who said, "Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent." And yet, they all kept searching, not despite uncertainty, but because of it. To not know is not to fail, is to remain open. Mainstream philosophy increasingly respects this. Not knowing is a strength, not a weakness. It means you're not defending a fortress, you're walking a forest. You don't need to burn everything into certainty, you just need to keep listening. Quirky tidbit? In Zen, the beginner's mind, Shoshin, is considered more valuable than mastery because it stays curious, humble, willing to be changed. And philosophers still argue, is uncertainty paralyzing or liberating? Can we act without final truth? Can a life lived in questions still be meaningful? You lie here now, not waiting for the answers, just breathing into the mystery that's always been there, quiet, patient, warm as sleep. Maybe you don't need to solve the world tonight. Maybe it's enough to wonder. So now, as the thoughts fade and your body sinks deeper into stillness, let the edges of every idea soften. Let the questions become clouds, drifting slowly out of reach. You've walked through 100 philosophies, but the most important part was you, the way you listened, wondered, stayed. There's nothing more you need to do now. Just float, like a leaf on a quiet stream. Let the words dissolve. Let your breath lengthen. You are here. You are safe. You are part of something vast and beautiful and endlessly unfolding. Sleep well, philosopher. End of script. Sweet dreams.